Hi, welcome back guys, this is your friend, WTFW with another fiction. What if Deku had his own army now? Before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Eri and Kota were in the recreation room with the maid robot, 2B. They were quite confused on why they had to leave, but somehow they felt it was necessary. They had been playing with model toys of a few heroes present. They were mostly delighted when they found the class a model figures in their hero costumes, and were most overjoyed when they found Deku's action figure. They had been playing heroes and villains with a few unknown or known villains like the League of Villains and role-playing them. So, Kota began, noticing the white-haired girl tensing slightly. Why would she get tense? What is your story with Deku? On that, Kota watched her smile brightly. Oh, Deku-sen saved me from a villain, she said, surprising Kota. Me too. Deku is awesome, Kota cheered, laughing with Eri together. How did he meet you? Eri remained silent as she was trying to think on how to explain that. While slightly mature, she was still a kid. A jaded kid. With a bad past. She began awkwardly. Kota, knowing she was getting uncomfortable something he was the same after he lost his parents, interrupted. Maybe I should start before you can. How about it? Eri hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. So, before I met Deku, I hated heroes. Eri blinked in surprise. You hated heroes? But heroes are cool. Yeah, I know that now, but... Kota rubbed his hands, strengthening himself to speak. My parents were killed by a villain, and the people said things that I didn't quite understand before. Like my parents were great heroes and that, but... Then, Klasa came to my aunt's workplace, and that is when I met Deku. Eri remained quiet as she continued listening to him. At first, I hated him and the others. Heroes pretending that they were going to be fine, and all of them were going to be the same. Kota blushed in embarrassment. I might have punched him in the balls when he greeted me. Eri was confused. Do they really hurt? I should probably ask Deku or Lemillion about that later. Unknowingly, Izuku and Mirio felt a sudden discomfort on speaking with Eri, which they didn't know yet. Shouta suddenly felt like he needed to be prepared somehow. After that, I went to my own base to be alone, but Deku found me and gave me a plate of curry after they trained. Kota continued, oblivious of Eri's plans. And on the last day, the villains attacked Auntie's workplace, and I didn't know it at the time. A villain found me, and it was the same man that killed my parents. He breathed in and out to calm himself from the panic he was starting to get. I didn't know what was going to happen until Deku came and saved me. The villain was strong. Strong to even for Deku. I thought he wouldn't survive like my parents. Kota's face brightened up, recalling that moment. But then, he defeated the villain and screamed to the air. I was in awe. I finally realized that there are heroes like Deku, and maybe my parents were like that too. Eri smiled softly at Kota's explanation. She and he weren't different since she was also saved by Deku from Overhaul. She shivered at recalling his name. I was taken by a villain. Eri began, Kota now paying attention to her. For years, the villain told me that my quirk was a curse and said something about cleaning the world. One day, I managed to run away from the place that held me and got to meet Deku and Lemillion. I was scared, but the villain threatened to kill them if I didn't follow him. Eri gripped her dress fearfully. I didn't want Deku to leave me, but I also didn't want him to get killed because of me. So, I left them. But... A small smile formed on her face. Deku looked at me, and I could see promise that I was going to be saved. At the time, I didn't know much about him and the reason of that. But the place I used to live in suddenly trembled, and the villain took his henchmen and wanted to leave. The heroes came to save me, and while it was difficult she grimaced in guilt. Lemillion losing his quirk, I thought it was that. Until Deku came and saved me. She giggled. He said that my quirk wasn't a curse, but a blessing. I didn't want him to die, so in desperation, I continuously used my quirk on him. It didn't do as I know about, but what I heard. He continuously broke his bone while I healed him. Something I didn't know, that my curse was a blessing. After that, Deku defeated the villain, and I came here with Uncle Aizawa and the others. Kota's respect for Izuku shot up as he heard another kid being saved by him. Before they could continue chatting, they heard the recreation room doors open and a few recognizable people entered. All right, while Kota and Eri are kids, they weren't stupid, because the people that entered the room were Izuku, Mirio, and Shino. They had stained looks, having forced smiles as soon as they saw them to not worry them. Eri and Kota thought unknowingly in unison. What did they watch? But in any case, that wasn't important. The important thing is that they needed to support those that had supported them with a smile and be glad that nothing wrong happened. Everyone was safe as they were supposed to, right? In the playground, the students of UA sat together, following a small break from their rivalry and from what they had just watched. They tried to forget what they had watched, and to say that nobody could forget, that was an understatement. They tried to forget with playing video games, chat, or something. But everything came back from that grotesque image of their dear friend turned villain. So, Denki began awkwardly. The things we saw, Ijiro hummed. I don't really know what we had just watched, truthfully. Tetsu added morosely. We knew that Midoriya-chan was impressive, but seeing a version that turned into a villain was something, Suyu croaked. Yeah, never thought that Deku-kun could be like that. Ochako added sadly. We all know that Midoriya is determined and smart. But if this has taught us something, is that we cannot underestimate him with or without quirk. Tenya declared. More so, I never knew that Midoriya could hold so much over his shoulder. Hitoshi sighed before adding softly. And maybe I should apologize to him for what I said during our battle. Muscle has been quite friendly with people despite his past. May muttered, uncharacteristically quiet. To think that he held so much. Midoriya is a light that shines despite the darkness overtaking him. Fumikage stated. We know now that Midoriya had overcome everything in front of him to become a hero. Rikido sighed. Yeah, but if nobody had given him a chance like Darth Kaifu, do you think he would have? No more talking about that, Toru interrupted vehemently. Midoriya is a hero foremost, and we won't talk about that version of him. Hagakure is right, Mashiro said. We might be uncomfortable with what we saw, but it is better to appreciate that Midoriya is a hero and nothing more. I can live with that. Mizo nodded. Still, to think that there are versions of Bakugo being worse than that makes me, Mina grumbled, clenching her fists angrily. Angry? Furious? Vexed? Kyoka supplied helpfully. Yes. But you heard Midoriya say that they had made peace. Ryuko said, frowning. How can someone like him forgive his bully? I still don't believe how much of a big heart that Green Bean has. Setsuna huffed. Yeah, I wouldn't have forgiven him at all. Kosai grunted, displeased. Be as it is, we cannot condone on something we are watching with our version. Ibara stated. While Midoriya has a right to be vengeful, his heart has compassion and empathy for others. Thank God for that. Yosu sighed in relief. In any case, has anybody seen Midabro or Bakubro? Ijiro asked. I saw him go and get Eri and Kota with Tagata-senpai and Mandalay. Django said as he and 77 made their way into the playground. As for Arudi, I don't know. Django, 77. How are you two feeling? Ochako asked in concern. While they were brothers with Deku-kun, she didn't know how they were reacting, watching another version of their, what was the word? Vod, turned into a villain. Django and 77 glanced at each other before Django began. To tell the truth, he has the right to be angry. He was holding his emotions for far too long after what happened, and it might have been the last straw when he was getting. Everyone shivered at recalling that moment. Yeah, nobody can say that the world had it coming since they were the ones who hurt our VOD like a Rudy. 77 grouched. Everyone thought that he was holding on to something before lashed out. But before anybody could do anything, 77 began walking away. I'll be in the shooting ground. Nobody, not even Django, stopped him as 77 left the room. Yuga seemed to watch him go and the group. If you want to follow him, do it. He's going to need it. Django drawled. Everyone stared at Yuga, who hesitated for a moment before getting a determination and went to follow him. Django remained quiet as Yuga passed by him, opened the door, and closed it behind. After a few seconds of pause, he sighed. You understand that while I'm just a quirk, I'm also his VOD. He trusts you all like he trusts me, and believe me, that is fucking honor from him. His eyes turned to the Deku squad. He chose you because he trusts that you will have his back when he doesn't need it. While we are his VOD, we cannot be with him all the time. As clones, we are expendables, which means that our Auravod will constantly lose us. Cherish the time you have with him, and don't let him go. The Deku squad stared at Django firmly and with determination. Something that Django expected, they learned it from their Auravod. Fret not, Django-kun, that we won't abandon him like the others did. Tenya declared firmly, not showing deceit in his voice. That, we promise. Ochako, Tsuyu and Shoto nodded in agreement. Django stared at them for a moment before nodding. Good, because you are going to need all the luck you have. He then turned to the rest of the Watchers. He might not know most of you like these four, but I hope that you all understand that we, the Legion, won't be merciful if you take us or our VOD for granted. The others glanced at each other before a determined look passed through everyone. I speak for the rest of us that you can trust us, Django, Itsuka declared. Nito huffed, but remained quiet. While hateful, he didn't seem to understand a certain Midoriya Izuku. But from what he heard about the stories of the Bujimen, or all for one, to think that Midoriya could have that quirk and being a villain was horrendous to him. Django nodded before retiring himself to the shooting ground too. He needed something to vent, and shooting targets for practice always helped. Katsuki remained alone in the male bathroom, staring at himself through a mirror. When he was seeing to himself, he could only see his past version. The cocky, the arrogant, the uncaring, the superior yet inferior, the insecure guy staring back at him. What happened to him? Why was he an asshole all those times? Was he so sure that he was worthy of becoming a hero? Would he really be happy had Izuku gotten his quirk a little late, rather than too late? He didn't know. But from what he just watched, it wouldn't have been different. You seem thoughtful. Katsuki whirled around and glared at Kuma, who didn't look cocky or theatric, but solemn. What? I said you seem thoughtful. Kuma repeated. Are you now seeing the actions of your counterparts and the consequences of your actions? Do you think that Midoriya Izuku could have been a villain? We saw that, didn't we? Katsuki scoffed half-heartedly, which Kuma didn't react to it. Kuma remained quiet, silently staring at him for a pregnant moment. Why do you hate him? Katsuki was caught off guard. Huh. Why do you hate him? Why was the necessary to hate when he only wanted to be a hero? Kuma continued as he began walking around him. Every child's dream in your world dreams to become heroes. But out of many, few manages to become one because your society will always put those with flashy quirk at front, while the others are simply stepping stones. Katsuki flinched. How would you have reacted? Kuma continued, ignoring Katsuki. How would have reacted if he had taken your advice? Katsuki's form trembled at the words he threw out during that time. Would you have been happy, angry, sad, shocked? Kuma paused with a thoughtful look. would be able to look at his mother's eyes telling that you were a bully who abused him since you got your quirk until middle school. Katsuki's fists trembled in anger, but also fear. He couldn't do that to Auntie. He couldn't. Mage. Unfortunately, you have to be thankful that Izuku's heart is much bigger with compassion. He clicked his tongue. But at the same time, it is fragile. The heart of the boy tries to do his best, but every time, every universe, there is a certain Bakugo Katsuki and other people who will try to kick him on the ground to show him his place. He paused as he stared blankly at him with those amethyst eyes. You understand what I'm telling you, MH? Katsuki's lips squirmed with the intention of cursing at him, but he knew better that if he did, that he would practically agree with him. Take the lesson to your heart, Bakugo-kun. There are 2 lessons that I'll teach you. Those who stomp on others don't remember. Only those who get stomped on remember. And what saves people is not your power, but the weight of your words. Think about them, MH. With that, Kuma began walking out of the bathroom, leaving Katsuki alone while considering those words. He had too much to do and repair. While the students were on their own, the heroes had gathered, and with Kuma's help, they were left alone in a spacious room for them to gather a meeting. It was similar to the one that they got in UA. So, what have we learned? Nezu began, his expression somber, not in the usual sadistic self they are used to. We have learned that Midoriya Izuku is the center of many events. Murai decided to begin with his conclusion. Young Kuma had explained that there are multiple universes that are centered on young Midoriya. Toshinori continued, recalling in discomfort if his successor had all for one. From what he heard, there are much worse versions of him throughout the multiverse. I think we can understand that most things happen to the little listener, Hizashi added. Although, I'm not really sure on how we are going to do after watching that. We have come to understand that many of us would do nothing but protect our students. And we are teaching them on how they must do. Ninuri continued. I think that while we're here, the students have the opportunity to learn from us without losing time. Shouter rationalized. We don't know how long we are going to stay here, so it is our best time to teach them better without a time limit. Nezu and the other heroes nodded in agreement at such logical conclusion. Anything else to add? Every hero glanced at each other before Toshinori raised his hand. Yes? Well, I got a question, if honest. He began. Someone snorted and a whack sounded later. From what he had seen, young Kuma mentioned that there are multiverses that young Midoriya turned into a villain, but what's the percentage of him a villain? That is an excellent question. A few heroes turned to see Kuma walk inside the meeting room like he owned it, especially true since it was his place, and sat down to a seat that suddenly appeared under him. What do you mean? Naomasa asked. The multiverse is too vast that even as I speak, there are more universes being created. But most of them, our dear Midoriya is to become a hero with Ofa, a different one or none. You mean that Midoriya kid became a hero without a quirk? Rumi asked in honest surprise. That's right, Mirko. Kuma nodded with a smile. There are multiverses that Midoriya-kun became a hero in UA, or in another with only his brains. Sure, the people hadn't taken him likely, but either he became a limelight hero or underground. Shouta would admit that with that kind of intelligence, he would have considered him becoming an underground hero like himself. That in true is also if he ever become a vigilante or villain. He continued. Quirk or no quirk, Midoriya Izuku is someone that nobody should underestimate. Although, he then gave Toshinori a pointy look who in turn blinked in mild concern. Take in consideration that most of them change depending on the situation he lives in. He gets to be an anti-hero or an anti-villain. He does things that people would consider madness, but he does it all because it is for the best. Society in what you all live in is fucked. Kuma stated, surprising a few heroes, but others didn't. You have seen how people see those people's quirk like villainous, freak weak, and I call all of them bullshit. If I were to do something extraordinary, would I be called impressive and cool? No, they start to give you names that they mean it. Most of the villains are the results of the actions of society. Think of well, because Darth Kaifu is just one of the many consequences your world acts. Keigo frowned at that. With what he knew, Midoriya is a good kid with a great head over his shoulder. He didn't know much about his hobbies and such, but he can say that his past was pretty fucked up. No matter the circumstances, a kid shouldn't be living in that kind of environment. If HPSC was to be here, they would have gotten much information while watching, but for some reason, Kuma didn't bring any of them, so there must be a reason for it. He might ask it later, but right now, he needs to pay attention for what was coming. In any case, in a few minutes, I'll alert everyone to be prepared for the next chapter. Kuma informed them as he raised his fingers about to snap. I'll rejoin you in a moment. With a quick snap, Kuma disappeared, leaving the pro heroes alone. Well, you heard the host, Nezu said as he began making his way toward their seats. As everyone rejoined at the cinema theater with Eri and Kota, everyone was prepared for the next adventure of Izuku and his VOD. Chapter 4. The First Steps. Overconfidence is the most dangerous form of carelessness. Inji grunted, accepting that before he was too overconfident in his abilities while ignoring the consequences of his actions. Katsuki was in the same boat as he had too many regrets to repair, but at least he managed to recover something he had lost. Izuku and his new friends were walking together early in the morning. They all decided to meet together before class started and had met up at the train station. So you've got about 1,000 clones stuck in your head, just waiting to come out? Kyoka asked with her brow raised. More like 2,000 apparently. I make a clone a day, and they're all just waiting there. I recently discovered how to boost my production, but summoning clones takes energy. I just recently managed to get somebody other than Django. Izuku explained while the others walked slightly ahead. Dude, imagine just having entire squads of clones out on the streets patrolling. Exactly. Imagine. Clones everywhere, all of them keeping the peace. I'd be exactly the hero everybody needs, he said with a smile. It would be like having a personal army patrolling various cities. Nezu hummed thoughtfully. It could be useful, Ryo conceded. Keigo didn't know how he felt about that. While on one part, he was happy that at least the kid was a hero, and with a quirk like that, he would be possibly everywhere with a squad behind. On the other hand, the HPCS would want this kid to do their biddings. But sometimes, a kid with a great mind can be dangerous. And your quirk includes armaments, correct, Izuku? Ida asked as they neared the school. Yep. So far I've got the rifles, carbines, pistols, thermal detonators. I'm pretty sure I might have some missile launchers too, if the explosions I keep hearing in my head are accurate. Izuku chuckled out. Ida sputtered, and the rest paused in surprise. I mean, I would be shocked to hear explosives in my head. Tenya stated. Yeah, but Oravad is getting used to so there are no problems. Django shrugged. That's not reassuring, Vod. 77 deadpanned. You got any vehicles? Ochako asked, while popping up next to Izuku. Well, so far no. But I might. That'd be really cool. So far my quirks provided me with some unique stuff, so I can't wait if I do. I want to see what my quirk comes up with. Izuku replied with a grin full of anticipation. Well, Mon Ami, my friend, you certainly will become a puissance to be reckoned with against any villain. Yuga dramatically said as they finally entered the school. By the way, where did Django go? I know he ran up ahead of us. We actually been doing some tests to see if we can bring stuff back into the mindscape. As it turns out, anything that Django's wearing or carrying can go in, but it's limited to non-living things. We actually got special permission to make him a personalized costume. He was super excited and ran ahead to try it on. Oh, our heroic costumes! Heck yeah! The Baku squad, except for the leader, cheered. I think everyone was excited to try theirs. Itsuka chuckled. Yep, everyone agreed. Well, I'm certainly glad that you and your brother are taking such care for your careers, you know? Sometimes I find myself astonished at how easy it is to forget that he's a part of your quirk, Ida commented as they neared their classroom. Yeah, I forget it too. I wouldn't change a thing. However, Izuku smiled as they walked in and took their seats. Awa! The girls gushed at the relationship between brothers, which made them blush in embarrassment. But they would not have denied it completely. Once class was settled, Aizawa came in, and they started their day. All of them, however, were eagerly anticipating their last class of the day. Heroics 101. The door opened with a flourish, and the number one hero came sliding in. I am. All gasped in wonder. Coming through the door like a normal person. Rumi snorted. Is that how he entered the room? That's so cliché. It's his theme. Ruko giggled. It's All Might. We really get to be taught by the number one hero. It's really him. This is so awesome. That's not his regular costume. I think that's his Silver Age. Heroics is gonna be so badass. Pedo might. Everyone laughed again at the nickname Django gave him. While Izuku covered his face with his hands in embarrassment, Toshinori was scowling at the unrepentant Django, who was smirking at his own joke. Young Django. Help. All Might is going for my ass. It's not funny. But for everyone else it was. Izuku slammed his head down on his desk and held his head between his hands, shaking in pure disbelief. The rest of the class was completely silent, all of them in shock at what they'd heard. Even Bakugo had no words and was staring at Django in pure disbelief, the slightest sparks of horrified rage in his eyes. I mean, who wouldn't? Hanta snickered. Insulting the number one hero in front of the public would make anyone horrified. Momo explained while sobering her giggles. Said culprit unashamedly stood next to Izuku, wildly pointing at All Might with an unrepentant grin on his face. All Might in turn was pinching the bridge of his nose, smile significantly strained, and he groaned in slight frustration. He already knew that today was going to be a long day. Don't I know it? Toshinori grumbled. Sigh, hello again, young Django, he forced out. Wait, you know Django? Kyoka was the first to ask, the first to get out of their shock. All Might sighed again before nodding. I feel as if I should explain so as to not let any ideas roam free. I have known these two for a while now, and some time back we got involved in a situation that taken out of context. He glared at Django, who kept grinning. Could be taken very inappropriately. All Might slumped a bit. Since then he's never let me live it down. All Might finished with a slight reddening of his cheeks. Midoriya, I can't believe you have the balls to call All Might a pedo to his face. Another student called Kaminari commented from a couple of desks over. It's not me, Izuku cried out in embarrassment. I can't control Django like that. You say like you can control this? Django cackled, waving his hands on himself. Izuku decided to strangle the air. Everyone thought that maybe it would be a constant thing for the young hero. Django simply cackled. All Might sighed again before continuing. Anyway, Heroics 101. Today will be battle training. Bakugo now snapped out his shock, laughed loudly in excitement. The rest of the class soon followed. The first rule of heroes, however, is looking good. Pressing a button, a series of suitcases appeared, each one with a specific number from 121. Go ahead and meet me in ground beta. I'll see you soon, young heroes. All Might said with his signature smile back in force before quickly zooming over to the class. Izuku and Django grinned, the latter being especially touched at having his own suitcase. Earlier, when he'd went to the support studio to try it on, he'd been denied, as the suit had already been sent to the classroom. He'd taken the time instead to talk to Snipe for some more shooting tips and practice until school started. The class rushed to the locker rooms to change over, and one by one they came out looking like heroes. Django came out wearing a gray, somewhat loose bodysuit, with silver armor plates all over his body, but kept the joints free to keep his mobility. He also had specialized armored vambraces, with some gadgets inside them already. Carrying a brown belt with many pouches for medical supplies. The most interesting thing was on his back. A nice, silver jetpack with what appeared to be a torpedo on it. The nifty helmet with a narrow visor, antenna, blue decals, and what appeared to be rising yellow wings on the forehead completed the overall aesthetic. For some reason, his costume looks more like a bounty hunter outfit rather than a hero. Or is it just me? Denki asked, confused. No, I don't think it's just you. Mizo affirmed him. That would look something Django would use to disguise as a villain. Izuku pointed out. I went to the intimidating aesthetic, so Django shrugged. It's so cool, Eri and Koda said in unison, which Django proudly accepted it. Please tell me that missile is for aesthetics. Ida's voice was recognized, even though he was in even more armor than Django. Hee, what do you think? Ida shuddered. Having already heard of the animosity between Bakugo and the Midoriyas, he could only pray that they were not paired against each other. Oh, you poor summer child, Tenya groaned, which his colleagues laughed in sympathy. Class B watched them in confusion, but didn't say anything. The heroes, on the other hand, were intrigued and waited for the situation to go down. Wow, Izuku, your costume looks so cool. Izuku turned and immediately flushed at Ochako's costume. Why is it skin tight? I saw your costume design. Wasn't it supposed to be like 13's? Izuku asked, while desperately trying to fight down his blush. Why, yeah, I guess there was a mistake. She shyly looked down in embarrassment, and Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Higari frowned at that. I don't think so. Before we sent the costume design to the support companies, I did see the plans before sending it to the companies. And since Yue trusted their judgment, I didn't say anything. You think there was a miscalculation in those companies, Power Loader? Nezu asked. I'll write this down to check it later. Izuku himself was wearing a dark green body glove instead of a suit like Django. He was covered in white armor pieces instead of silver like Django, and at all the same spots, but with a bit more coverage and added protection to his hands, and the collar piece was wider, segmented, and covered his chest pieces. His shoulder pauldrons were longer too, with the left having the Yua emblem. He would save the leaves till after he graduated, and on the right were the same rising wings as Django's helmet. Around his waist was a similar belt to Django's, but added a half robe around his waist. He had foregone a helmet like Django, wanting to have the world see his smile. Well, at least you run less risk of tearing or getting caught on something. Django shrugged out. Oh, Django, I didn't even know that was you. You look amazing. Thanks. Izuku looked around and saw Kyoka and Yuga in their costumes nearby, and waved at them. All Might soon came in with a whoosh, and loudly announced his arrival. You all look great. Let this be the first start of your journey as heroes. Sir, we're in the same training ground as the entrance exams. Are we going to be doing urban battles again? Ida asked with his hand held high. You must be quite proud of your little brother, huh? Shino said with a smile. Yeah, that's my brother for ya. Tensei grinned proudly. Now that I think about it, why didn't you ask Kuma if he can repair your legs? Tomoko asked in honest curiosity. Tensei opened his mouth before closing it. I didn't think about it. Hun, if he can return Tomoko and that third-year student's quirks, he might be able to repair your legs. Ruko said. I'll have to ask him later. Not quite. You see, most villain attacks you see are broadcasted in broad daylight. But true villains know to stay in the shadows. Backroom deals, nefarious bases, among other criminal activities are done out of sight. Which is why we're doing indoor battle trials, with you all as teams of 2, with one exception. Facing as heroes vs. villains with the goals of capturing either the villains or a bomb, and defending said bomb or capturing the heroes. Questions. Will we be expelled if we fail? How much can I beat them up? Is this Cape Magnifique? How will we be graded? Hold on. I'm super strong, not super fast at hearing. In order. No. There is a limit. Yes. By a variety of factors based on your performances. Honestly, I'll only be half grading since I'm still new at teaching. At least he's honest. Shouta snorted. Rude, Toshinori grumbled. Will you admit to your pedophilia, All Might? Shut up, Django. Everyone laughed at the joke again, which Toshinori was now in a foul mood. I am not a pedophile. I have standards. He grumbled childishly, which Sorahiko found it funny, while Nana simply gave him a pat on his shoulder. How will we be deciding teams? By balls. Sigh. Yes, Django. I know. No need to say it out loud. All Might said while holding a box of balls. Is that really the best way? Ida asked in concern. Well, far as I see it, it makes sense. On the field we won't be able to choose our partners whenever something happens. Izuku answered. Ida quickly understood and apologized. No sweat. Now for the selections. Wait, hold up. Another student asked. The boy was wearing a gi and had a tail. Other than that, pretty normal looking guy. I'm pretty sure that I have to take offense to that, but I can't. Mashiro said. Don't worry, Ojiro-kun. You are great, Toru cheered. The martial artist hero of class smiled in appreciation. Thank you, Hagakure. While nobody could see it, Toru simply blushed. Everyone but Kuma didn't know about it. Another ship preparing to sail. You said that there was an exception to the whole 2v2 thing. I can answer that. A new voice said from behind All Might. The class was dumbfounded when the principal popped into view from behind All Might's shoulder. That didn't happen in ours. Shoto said in confusion, which Class A agreed. Most of the girls found it adorable, but were too respectful to say it out loud. Django was not one of them. Ha! You look like a plushie, Nezu. All Might froze at the audacity, but he really should be used to it right now. Django and Impulse Control did not have a good relationship. So says the discount snipe, Mr. Django. Oi. Ooh, shots fired. Denki and Hanta laughed as everyone else. How is the scoreboard? Suyu asked, humoring the situation. There is no scoreboard, Django shouted. You see, students, quite simply I wish to try another one of my experiments. As such, Mr. Django will be separated from his brother here during this exercise. Officially, the reason is to introduce the concept of unexpected variables early on in the classroom. Unofficially, Cementos would be rather cross at having to fix another one of Mr. Django's incidents. The principal explained while remaining perfectly balanced on All Might's shoulder. Oi, how was I supposed to know that the missile would do that much damage to the building? Django protested semi-seriously. The effect was ruined by the chuckles that would escape. The issue was not the missile launcher. Rather the chain reaction it caused due to all the thermal detonators you left lying around. Nezu replied with a smirk. Everyone stared quietly at the screen before giving Django, who was grinning sheepishly, a flat look. Really, Django? Izuku asked. Hey, what can I say? I wanted to try that missile, but didn't calculate the power. Django said, unrepentant of his outfit's consequences. I didn't know you could calculate, Mr. Django. Nezu snarked. Oi. Everyone laughed as Denki and Hanta asked Momo to make a scoreboard. Okay, that's fair. They're both insane. Almost everybody else thought at the same time. Izuku merely shook his head in exasperation. As such, one villain team will have Mr. Django on their side to help. How come a villain team? A boy by the name of Sato asked. Because in real life, villains will always have the upper hand, whether it be knowing an area, preparation, or outnumbering you. All Might answered for the principal. I mean, it wouldn't work either way. Rumi scoffed cockily. Only you, Rumi, only you. Ruko sighed. Amazing, for UA to prepare us for this already. This truly is an amazing institution. Tenya praised. Izuku nodded along, but wasn't about to sing praises like his friend. All right then, let's set the teams. Midoriya Izuku and Aoyama Yuga A. Bakugo Katsuki and Ashido Minabe. Tokoyami Fumikage and Kirishima Ejiro C. Asui Tsuyu and Mainta Minoru D. Shiro Hanta and Kaminari Denki E. Hagakure Toru and Sato Rikido F. Kota Koji and Shoji Mizoji. Jiro Kyoka and Ojiro Mashiro H. Uraraka Ochako and Ida Tenya I. Todoroki Shoto and Yaoyorozu Momo J. Oh, pooh, I'm not with Deku-kun this time. Ochako pouted. A lot of teams have changed. Momo said as she watched the names. It would be productive to say that we can now see the results of this match and learn from them. Tenya stated. It seems that this time I'm with you, Mon Ami, Yuga cheered. Let's do our best, Aoyama-kun, Izuku smiled. And let's start it off. First team to go will be these guys. All Might yelled while grabbing 2 balls. Of course, it had to be A and B. What a shitty luck he got there. Toguru pointed out bluntly. Language, Itsuka told him sternly. There are minors here, Ibara chastised the mantis-looking student. At least, Eri and Kota didn't hear that as they were most centered on watching the match. Izuku and Bakugo glared daggers at each other, neither refusing to back down. All Might was suddenly a lot more thankful that Principal Nezu had decided to implement his experiment. He had a feeling that things were about to get tense. So, you got any ideas? Ashido asked while stretching. Bakugo simply scoffed before walking towards the door. Just stay out of my way extra, and guard the bomb. I'm going to destroy Deku. He snarled while stomping down the hall. This time, it's you're gonna die, Deku. And I'll prove to you once, and for all that you're nothing but a pebble in the road. Ashido's indignant cries were unheard to him, and she ended up staying behind to guard the bomb. Rude. Mina grumbled semi-seriously. Yeah, I can see that. Katsuki groaned. You're doing great, Bakubro. Ijiro cheered. Well, that was rude. Mon Ami, my friend, are you all right? Izuku exhaled sharply through his nose, staring at the building in front of him. Let's just say that Bakugo and I have a bad history. He's going to go straight after me. I know it. From what I saw, his partner's got an acid quirk, and she did great on the flexibility tests. How rapid can you fire? Izuku asked his partner, who, fortunately, was keeping the dramatics to a minimum. I wonder if it's just a side effect of his quirk, or he just loves to pose around. It's simply my way to be, Yuga sparkled, giving a pose. I'm not good to rapid fire, Mon Ami, my friend. But thanks to these mirrors, I can launch multiple beams at once. Izuku nodded before asking his next question. But too much, and it hurts your stomach, right? Yuga slumped in disappointment and nodded but cheered up a bit as Izuku patted his shoulder. I've got an idea then, but first we'll need backup. Extending his hand, he summoned 77, who surprisingly enough appeared in his own armor. 77 reporting for duty, sir. You have armor? Recent addition to the armory. From when you overloaded your quirk at the entrance exam. Well, kind of. It was an armor manufacturer, and we decided to design something that would work. Said armor was a black body glove covered in white armor similar to Izuku's, although the chest plate and abdomen armor weren't split. And the helmet was completely different, rounder, with what appeared to be a filtration system around the mouth. Izuku commended their initiative. Useful for battle, Shouta said. I can see there are minor things that I could change. Higari added. He decided to ignore Hatsum and David Shield's daughter writing something down. Although, he might ask them later for assistance. We can work it out later. Django said. All right, more questions for later. First, Yuga, you and 77 are going to look for the bomb. I'll face Bakugo. Are you sure, sir? I have to. All right then, hero team, you can go in. The three entered with caution, and having read the floor plan headed up towards the stairs, reaching another floor. 77 took the lead, but held his fist up, pointing to his helmet, and then towards an adjacent hallway. Izuku nodded and charged up one for all and close-lined Bakugo. 77. Yuga, head on up and find the bomb. I'll take him out. Izuku said while palming his pistol before deciding not to use it. This was personal. He wanted to beat Katsuki with his own strength. Deku, Bakugo snarled in fury, practically frothing at the mouth, explosion roaring to life in his hands. Bakugo, Izuku replied in turn. One for all already charged, and the two stood off. You think you can take me out? You're nothing with or without your quirk. Today I prove you wrong. It's you and me, Bakugo. No, it's just me, Deku. And with that, they charged. Wow, they aren't even holding back, Satsuna said. They don't hold back in many sparring we had, Takage-san. Momo affirmed her. Nope. Most students of Class A agreed. Tesk, if you can hold against me, you can hold anyone. Katsuki scoffed. That's wrong, Kaken. Izuku deadpanned. Wow, they're really going at it. One of the students commented as they watched the admittedly savage fight going on between the two. Sir, should we really let this go on? Another question. The amount of violence they were showing was disconcerting. All Might. Django called from a corner. The class as a whole turned to him. You and I both know that Izuku needs this. He's got a score to settle. All Might's smile strained, but he simply turned to the screen, and the others were left wondering what exactly All Might's relationship to these boys was. In particular, this drew the interest of one boy with dual-colored hair, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the armored boy across the room. And Tadakori-kun is already putting me as All Might's secret love child. Izuku groaned. When was it? Ochako asked. During the sport festival. Shoto decided to ignore the stares of his classmates. Dear Kami, I really wanted him to be like me, but not this of comparison, and Ji groaned inwardly. Izuku grunted as he impacted against the wall before crashing to the floor. You're still weak, Bakugo growled as he grabbed Izuku by the shoulder and threw him back with an explosion. That is why you lose. Somehow, he reminds me of you, Ruko pointed out. Rumi scoffed. He ain't like me. I beg to differ, Kuma deadpanned, having heard their small conversation. Charging from above with explosions at hand, Izuku lashed out with a double kick, striking Bakugo in the chest and sending him into the ceiling. He blew his hands against the ceiling and launched himself back down with a kick, Izuku rolling away just in the nick of time. Spinning on his back, he kicked out Bakugo's feet and took the opportunity to get back up. Bakugo used his explosions to gain some distance and rolled over before blasting forwards again. Izuku in turn had launched forwards, and their fists met each other's face, the two spinning around from the impacts and falling to the ground. Izuku groaned before activating his ear comm. Yuga, what's your status? Have you found the bomb? Oui mon ami, yes my friend, but we've run into a bit of trouble. Yuga replied. He was currently hunched over, stomach rolling in pain while 77 was in a standoff with Ishido. Said girl had planted various acid traps throughout the room and proved herself highly athletic jumping and flipping around the room, avoiding the stun shots from his pistols and Yuga's beams and fling acid at them. 77 already had to remove his chest piece from the acid. All right, I'll head over there right now. Izuku groaned out before getting to his feet and slowly heading down the hall. Hey Deku. Crap. Izuku turned and saw Bakugo on his feet, a wild, maniacal look in his eye. As if something had completely shaken him, pointing a gauntlet towards him. Izuku, and the rest of class groaned, knowing exactly what was going to happen. Class B, on the other hand, didn't know about it. Huh? What's about to happen? Toguru asked. Just wait and see, Mizo sighed. I'm going to prove to you right now that you're nothing. If those support extras made everything right, then all the sweat I've made has been collected and ready. Izuku's eyes widened as he made the connection. Young Bakugo don't. That will kill him. Not if he dodges, he yelled while pulling the pin. The sheer power of the explosion was enormous as it cracked the concrete in the hallway, blew out windows, and traveled down the corridor at great speed. Is he really serious? Most pro heroes deadpanned. All Might. Nezu's voice chilled the entire cinema theater, which everyone except for Kuma, whose only reaction was continuing on sipping his soda nonchalantly, and the kids were most likely confused on what was happening, shivered in terror. Why, yes? Do you have any idea of what you let young Bakugo do? Nezu asked coldly, which unnerved many other heroes and students. I. Now Toshinori was sweating like a pig as any other pro heroes avoided, even the past OFA users, except a few who gave him a disapproving stares when he turned to them. Izuku barely moved out of the way into an adjacent corridor, but the blast still hit his side, scorching his armor and leaving it cracked. On the upside, however, he was relatively unharmed thanks to it, but the fall hurt his leg. Oh, I could kiss whoever made this armor. Still, however, his movement was severely limited. I wonder if I made that, Mei hummed thoughtfully. Over my dead body, Ochako grumbled darkly under her breath. Shoto, who heard that, decided to keep his mouth shut and ignore the threats from the bubbly girl. He idly overheard Bakugo arguing with All Might in the next hallway before focusing on his own partner. Mon ami, my friend, are you all right? I'm fine. I managed to avoid the worst of it. Stay on Ashido and get that bomb. Fine then. Come on out, Deku. Let's finish this already. Izuku glared at the ground, knowing what he had to do. You've been holding out on me, Deku. Where's that great strength you showed at the exam? You think you're too good for me. You're still nothing. TCH, I can't believe I've been forced to do this. Izuku grumbled as he exited the hallway. There you are, finally ready to die. Is he really serious? Takage deadpanned. Oh yes, he's really serious about that. Momo affirmed with a groan. That's just perfect, Itsuka sighed. Shut up already. Let's get this over with. Izuku said as One for All surged to life again. You looking down on me? I'll beat you so bad, you'll never think about being a hero again. Let's go. Izuku and Bakugo jumped forward. Explosion and One for All at the ready. Unheeding of All Might's warnings to stop, Izuku drew his hand back. Chicago. All Might paused. Smash. And Izuku shot Bakugo. Everyone oohed or laughed at the situation Katsuki got himself into. Django was laughing loudly, while 77 simply chuckled, watching the Arudi getting a stun blast with a bluff. Deku, you aren't taking me seriously, huh? Katsuki snarled angrily. How dare he uses a bluff to defeat him? I mean, wouldn't you? Izuku asked innocently, which Katsuki froze up and processed that. Nice way to bluff his way and drawing his hand back, so that his opponent wouldn't see him draw a gun. Nezu chuckled. Very ingenious. The stun round did its work, and Bakugo flopped hard to the ground, the sparks of his quirk going silent. Izuku stayed bent on his knees, breathing deeply, sweat dripping off his body and blood dribbling in his mouth. Honestly, the funniest thing was how the air smelled like caramel. Izuku sighed before wrapping the capture tape around the boy's wrists. While he won, the victory felt hollow. He'd wanted to win with his own strength, not just shoot him. He absent-mindedly noticed Bakugo's elimination announcement, but continued staring. As it was though, he couldn't help but feel saddened. Izuku winced as the Deku squad watched silently at him. Yeah, I get you, Vod. Django sighed. You wanted to win on your own, but used an underhanded tactic, which while it is a victory, it does not feel like it. Sometimes, victories are hollow. Nobody can argue with that. 77 added solemnly. But we try our best to do it to show the people that distrusted you with your own effort and skills that it doesn't really feel like you won at all. The pro heroes knew what they were talking about. There were a few fights that they needed to get over it, but remembered that in those situations, there were lives on the line, so while they could go victorious, they could at least be better to know their limits and overcome them. What happened, Kakin? We were brothers once. He whispered before heading over to the others. Both childhood friends sighed sadly. Izuku was heard by his friends, but Katsuki was more silent, and the only one who heard him was Aijiro. Django and 77 didn't mention anything to their Vod or Arudi, since words couldn't think if one of their own Vod betrayed them. Back with 77, he and Yuga continued wearing down Ashido, who'd taken to skirting near the bomb. The two couldn't shoot directly at it for fear of shooting the bomb and detonating it. They couldn't get close because she'd surrounded herself with an acid moat that melted the concrete around her. That, however, gave Yuga an idea. Spotting the only place that she hadn't put acid, he called to 77. 77. Run towards the bomb when I tell you to. 77 nodded, but Ashido continued to grin. Sorry, boys, but you're not getting this, bad boy. So declares the alien queen. Come on, me, beat them up. Mina cheered for her on-screen self. You can do it, moi, Yuga cheered to himself. Show the sparkle of ourselves. Every student cheered on them, while the pro heroes remained quiet, only watching the show. Desol, I'm sorry, alien queen, but heroes always find a way. Now! Yuga yelled as he shot his naval laser towards the last support. The floor underneath the bomb quickly started to fall and Ashido stumbled, while 77 ran ahead and tackled the bomb before turning and landing on his back. Ashido herself fell through the floor, landed on the concrete pile on the next floor. Oi. Hero team wins with 1 minute to spare. Both 77 and Yuga sighed in relief. Those that cheered for Yuga cheered loudly, while those that went to Mina groaned in defeat. Oh, damn it, Mina complained. You did well, Aoyama, Hanta said. That was a magnificent effort, Yuga gleamed happily. Great plan, Aoyama. Only because you are so formidable a comrade. And Yuga, s'il-vous plate if you please. Formidable, huh? You know Frankai's French as well. May, not really, but it sounds similar to English and Izuku studied that. All might obsession see. They sat down for a bit before looking over to the hole where Ashido fell. You all right? 77 asked in concern. I kind of hurt my legs. All right, let's get you out of here. Yuga, 77 asked as he got up on his feet. Yuga nodded and rose as well, secretly glad that he had the foresight to wear a diaper under his hero costume. Not that he'd let anybody know, of course. I mean, Izuku said, unsure on how he can think of. The others were the same as Yuga blushed in embarrassment and shame. 77 patted his back patiently. Maybe it's best to forget this and move on. Everyone decided that it was for the best. Crawling down to where she was, they helped her get up and then supported her so that she could walk out, stumbling a bit due to the damage to her leg. They decided to do a two-man carry by linking their arms and having her sit like a chair. Along the way, they met with Izuku, who congratulated them for their success. Eventually, the medical robots came and took away Bakugo, Izuku, and Ashido towards Recovery Girl and 77, and Yuga went back to the observation room. Well now, while we're waiting for the others to return, let's quickly review. Now, all of them did different things. But who would you say is the MVP of the group? 77 and Yaoyorozu raised their hands. All Might chose Yaoyorozu to go first. I would say Aoyama, sir, since he was the one who had the most focus on the mission and caused the least amount of collateral damage. Midoriya and Bakugo's fight became a slugfest, and they lost focus of the objective. Midoriya himself should have simply shot Bakugo from the beginning, instead of letting the fight drag on like that. Ashido did well in defending the bomb, but her liberal use of acid and lack of foresight left her exposed to Aoyama's quick thinking and adaptability. I'm not sure if 77 count, sir. She finished with a slight mumble. Merciless as always, yeah, Momo. Kyoka snarked. I'm sorry. I wasn't intending on sounding like that. Momo apologized. Don't worry, Yaoyorozu-san. I can agree that version of mine would have finished it quickly. Izuku said, reassuring her. Aw man, I know now that my acid could make advantageous situation to my opponents. Well, I guess I know now better. Mina stated. Don't worry, I don't. I'd also like to say that I agree. Boss needed to do it. But from an objective standpoint, it would have been better to shoot the angry Pomeranian. Palm's self-explanatory and Pinky was great. Dodged every shot I gave her and got some good licks in. But she left herself open. 77 continued, even with the slight giggles of the class over some of the nicknames. Everyone else agreed on the nicknames. Not all of them. Yuma was beaming in satisfaction as All Might nodded and agreed with him being the MVP of the exercise. 77 clapped him on the back, and for once Yuga felt that he didn't need to worry about being normal. By the way, call me Fordo. 77, or now named Fordo, smiled as everyone agreed loudly on the clone's new name. Good to finally call you by your name, Fordo. Django smirked at his VOD. Good to be named as well, Django. Fordo grinned. It's great to know you, Fordo. Izuku said joyfully. Yours as well, Oravad Izuku. Yuga paused at the word and smiled. All Might had the other teams go and do their trials, and Django took notes on each one for Izuku. Idly, he noticed Yuga and the newly named Fordo talk to the side. He was glad that his VOD brothers were making friends. He hoped that once Izuku managed to manifest the rest, they'd also make friends. Quite honestly, he was still very angry at how Bakugo almost killed Izuku. He'd almost barged right into the trial. But Nezu stopped him and had promised to address the situation. He'd also reminded him to deactivate his jetpack rocket. Whoops. Still, he was glad that Izuku managed to win on his own, even if the victory would be hollow. You're doing great, VOD. You'll make it one day earlier. Django had done lots, and as such was designated for the final villain team. He was completely unaware of Nezu standing next to him, looking at his notes, attempting to read them, but unable to. Curious, are we? Django grinned at the principal. Nezu simply laughed. Oh? What language is this? Django jumped off his seat before staring at the furry principal next to him. Really? What? Django just sighed. It's called Manda. Me and Izuku and I came up with it to encode our notes. We also plan on using it to discuss battle plans and moves. Surprise the enemy, you know. I see. And what notes have you taken on your classmates? I'll read them out to you. Second match. Teams D and F. Team D. Asui Tsuyu Frog Minta Minoru Pop-Off Heroes. Team F Hagakure Toru Invisibility Sato Rikido Sugar Rush Villains. Team D attempted to do an infiltration through the roof. Asui threw Minta upwards before leaping herself. Noted for some excessive force in the throw. Possible causes. Every girl glared at the usual pervert who squirmed at being glared. The guys, on the other hand, mostly class A, sighed or groaned in exasperation. Is he always like that? Tetsu asked. Most of the times, Ijiro affirmed. I hope you get better, Minta. Kuma warned. Or else, many of your perverted action would put you in a dire and dangerous situation. Minoru could only nod as he was going to be better, to at least be respectable among his classmates. The pro heroes waited patiently, hoping at least that the little pervert could be better. They entered quietly. although it should be noted that Minta spent the entire time staring at Asui in a perverted manner. They were discovered by Hagakure, who was patrolling the hallways around the bomb room, while Sato stayed to guard. Once they reached the bomb room, Minta was ambushed by Hagakure, and Sato engaged Asui. Minta groped Hagakure, and I very much hesitate to call it an accident due to invisibility, as he attempted to excuse. Should keep an eye on him in the future. Needless to say, revenge was swift and brutal. Victory is mine, Toru shouted. You good, bro? Denki asked. I'm being put as the pervert I am in front of everyone, and the pro heroes who some of them are also our teachers. What do you think? Minoru asked dryly. Geez, man, we gotta be better at this rate. As you should. Kyoka snarked, hearing their conversation. Sato finally managed to pin Asui despite her better speed and agility. Questions to be answered. Asui, what are the limitations to her quirk? Can she embody all kinds of frogs, or a specific family species? If so, there is potential for camouflage, poison, and stomach expulsion. Blue dart frogs. Minta quirk is excellent for trap placement and restraint. Personality leaves much to be desired. Also, while I understand what he's going for, that costume does him no favors. How many can he make? How long do they last? Possible counters. Hagakure, her costume is literally boots and gloves. Utterly ridiculous. The chances for sexual assault against her are extreme, especially due to her invisibility. Perhaps the armory can manufacture specialized armor that can be turned invisible. Should ask that crazy girl at the support course. Sato seems to lose cognitive function with the more sugar he consumes. Does it vary with other sugars? Do sweeteners work? What about countermeasures? I can do what most frogs can do. Tsuyu affirmed with a small croak. Yeah, I know, Minoru groaned. Maybe more than I suppose if my head doesn't start bleeding. I really want a costume made by the clones. Toru smiled, which nobody could see that. Am I the only one who shivers at the thought of Hagakure making an invisible costume? Tenya asked in dread. I am, Ochako shouted. Hey, I'm not that bad, Mei said indignantly. Most of your inventions explode 99% of the time. Higari deadpanned. Failure is the mother of success. I should really try another type of sugar, if that meant something. Sato contemplated that line of thoughts. I've got some more based on what I've observed so far through the matches. Nezu had a certain gleam in his eye that honestly unnerved Django a bit, even with the lax relationship they had. Oh, tell me more. Django then went over the various notes he had made throughout the trials. Some notable entries were on Takoyami's dark shadow, and how it reacted negatively to Kaminori's electrification, and how the latter's powers seemed to be limited to surrounding himself in electricity and large discharges. The resulting cognitive malfunction was also a worrying factor. Maybe our VOD could make something to protect him from his discharges. Django mused. I would be really grateful, Denki shouted. Koda and Shoji's matchup was somewhat redundant, as they both had excellent potential for scouting and reconnaissance. Even knowing their enemy positions, however, did nothing, as Shoji's strength was nullified by Ochako's zero gravity and Ida was too fast for Koda. Izuku, Bakugo, and Ashido all came back at different times during the matches, the latter having been the least injured. She quickly stood next to Yuga and Fordo, the latter who was quick to officially introduce himself with his new name. Finally, the last match came up. Todoroki Shoto and Yaoyorozu Momo vs Jiru Kyoka and Ojiro Mashiro plus Django. Oh man, that isn't going to end well, Kyoka grimaced. I hope that I didn't make the same mistake. Mashiro frowned. We'll do fine. Django reassured them. All right then, let's do this. Django said as he and his fellow villains walked forward into the building. Finding the bomb on the top floor, Django paced around and messed with his pistols. Huh, those pistols are new, Django, Kyoka said, while using her jacks to try and get a layout of the building. Snipe helped me make 'em. We grabbed a pair of pistols from the armory, stripped them to get a better look inside, and then modified them with a new casing and a better heat capacity. Django replied before turning to Ajiro. So, any ideas so far? What, me? Well, yeah, kinda want to hear everybody's opinion. It's best to hear every options available before starting a mission. Hisashi said. Each member of the team are a part of the moment, which you would trust them your backs, even if you don't have the best relation with them. Mimiri added. As such, you kids need to understand that teamwork is the best tactic, as it could also save your lives and the others. Understood? Shouta said. Yes, sensei, the students shouted in affirmation. Well, Todoroki has ice powers, so maybe he'll start off with that. That Yaoyorozu girl can create stuff from her body, so we're looking at overwhelming force and a lot of variety. Kyoka said as she kept her jacks in the wall, listening for any cues. Her eyes suddenly widened in fear, and she turned to warn them. Look out. But it was too late. In less than 30 seconds, the building had been frozen completely. Kyoka's face was stuck to the wall and Ajiro was frozen on his feet. Oh great, not our best moments, Kyoka groaned. Not again, Mashirao agreed. Django clicked his tongue in annoyance. Django was just pissed. This guy thinks he can just waltz right through us. Well, I have a surprise for him, he said as he bent over and prepped his jetpack rocket. Young Django, no rockets, Nezu said through the comms. You're a killjoy, Django grumbled. I think Principal Nezu didn't want you to repeat the same mistake, Django. Fordo deadpanned. Still. Django, please, Izuku groaned. Django groaned, but said it back. Crouching, he turned on his jetpack, and the heat melted the ice around his feet, just enough so he could break out. I've got an idea. He thinks he can just walk in. We'll let him think that way. Kyoka, you still hear anything? Why, yes. He's on the second F floor. She shivered out. Django felt bad for her. Those jacks must be sensitive. He put his jetpack on the lowest setting and let the heat off near her head. The ice soon melted, and she gave a gratified shiver. I need you to stay here, Kyoka. Pretend to calm me saying that Todoroki's here, and Ajiro if he gets close to you. Knock the wind out of him with your tail. I'll stay hidden by the bomb and shoot him if he gets close, or after you hit him. Right. He even froze the bomb. In real life, that had probably caused something to go wrong. Malfunctioning the bomb would cause an early detonation, which would kill the villains, heroes, and hostages, if that was the case. Shouta said sternly. I hope you know better how to use your quirk and judgment, Todoroki. Yes, sir, Shoto answered. Inji should have been angry, not only at his son, but also at his teacher. But he knew better to question someone Nezu recruited to be, and maybe it was for the best for his son to learn and to be better. Soon enough, Kyoka heard a single pair of footsteps approach and pretended to calm Django. Django, he's up here in the bomb room. Must have missed him on the way up, Todoroki thought to himself, completely disinterested in his opponents. Was I that bad? Shoto asked with a grimace. More or less, Izuku waved his hand in a so-so manner. I think the courier is learning, Toru said. Sorry, the difference in power is too great, he said while walking past Ajiro, who in a rare moment of indignant anger, swiped with far more force than he intended to. The blow from his tail to Todoroki's sternum not only knocked the breath out of him, but cracked bone out of breath. Todoroki was unprepared for the arm that reached over and under his neck, cutting off his breathing. Panicking, Todoroki completely froze his right side along with Ajiro, which allowed him to get his breath and fall to his knees, coughing and trying to regain his composure. Glaring at the frozen boy next to him, he kneeled back up with a cold rage in his eyes. A valiant attempt, but ultimately futile. You sure about that? Todoroki gasped in surprise as he turned towards the left and was face to face with the barrel of a gun. Django quickly stunned him, and the boy fell over in a slump. Well, my best moment of life. Django snickered. You're ruthless. Shoto deadpanned. Hey, you would have done the same. Pot meets kettle. The first clone shot back. Jetpack's too slow. And if I go high, I'll just blast myself. Flamethrower it is. Flamethrower, Kyoka gasped out as Django unleashed a torrent of flames over the ice, turning it off when it was melted enough. Ojiro was violently shivering, but Django could make out the thanks in between the chattering of his teeth. Kyoka was already free, having used her jacks to break the ice apart, doing the same to Ojiro, who continued to shiver. Django grabbed Ojiro and held him close. I need to get him outside into the warmth. You think you can handle being here alone? Yeah, I can manage. Good, stand back. Using his flamethrower, he melted a section of the wall before moving back a bit and blowing up the wall with his rocket. Don't forget to tie him up, Django said before flying off with Ojiro to the next roof. Kyoka quickly tied up Todoroki, who was still out like a light, and stood guard in case Yaoyorozu made it in. Kyoka, you hear me? Yeah, Django, what's up? I've got eyes on Yaoyorozu. She's got making her way up with ice boots and a bow staff. Understood, Kyoka said as she vibrated the remaining ice that wasn't melted around her to break it apart and get better footing. Nice way of using vibrations to free yourself, Izuku said, taking notes. Thanks, Midoriya. Kyoka grinned in satisfaction. I'm ready. Halt, evildoer, Momo yelled as she entered before slipping on the water that flooded the room and sent her sliding towards the wall with a crash. Everyone watched blankly at the everything hero as said person groaned and blushed in embarrassment, covering her face at the shameful display. We'll forget about this, Kuma offered. Yes, please, Momo groaned. Are you okay? Yaoyorozu merely groaned in defeat. Good job, everybody. We made it through class with only somewhat minor injuries. That's great. Take the time to learn from what you've experienced today. Now watch a hero go, as if he has somewhere to be, All Might said as he rushed away in a gust of wind. Everybody stood in awe at his sheer speed, and Nezu chuckled before gaining his attention. Apologies for him. He's a very busy man, you see. But what he said is true. Today you all ventured into your first steps to become heroes. As such, you were bound to make mistakes. Use the resources you have to analyze your performances, critique them, and develop new ideas and plans so that next time you can be better. Class dismissed. One by one, the class left the room, all of them excited and talking about what they learned and what they wanted to improve. Except for two. One, a boy who'd been raised to be the perfect weapon, who in rejecting one side of his quirk had completely, utterly lost. And the other, a boy groomed to believe that he was everything, his expectations broken in a single day. Damn, they aren't taking this well. Hanta grimaced. I would think that both people who thought that they were powerful and suddenly got defeated by their peers with less skills than them would put them in that kind of situation. Kuma remarked. How high of people were they? Rikito asked. Too much, I would say. Kuma deadpanned. One more thing, Bakugo Katsuki. Please stay behind. Bakugo gulped in fear. Looks like the day still wasn't over. He got himself into trouble, Mina sang. Clam it, Pinky, Katsuki roared. That's my name, don't wear it out, she shot back, unafraid. That's manly, Ijiro said. It's not, Hanta and Denki deadpanned. Later on, Izuku and his friends were in the classroom, discussing the trials. Izuku was actually reviewing Django's notes and adding his own analysis and hypotheses. He really needed to get a one-on-one session with his friends soon to discover more. On that note, it'd be awesome to have some time with his other classmates too. He peered out the window and noticed Bakugo walking down the courtyard, already heading home. Izuku felt conflicted. But as he stared at his new friends and classmates having fun, especially Django and Fordo, he decided to put his mind at ease. So this time I didn't go to him, Izuku realized. What do you mean, Deku-kun? Ochako asked. Well, I kind of felt guilty that I didn't say anything to him, and after I went to him, I kind of told him about One for All but not everything, and so he barely knew about my quirk. Is that true, Bakubro? Ijiro asked. Yeah, Izuku went to me and told me but didn't say much, Katsuki answered. I was suspecting that something was wrong with him, and it took long before I discovered his secret. Not that it is a secret anymore. In one universe, Izuku would have gone after Bakugo and told him about One for All. In this one, he decided to let go. The consequences of that decision would not be fully realized until far into the future. And that, the screen turned black and the lights returned. Man, that was hype, Hanta said. Yeah, nothing beats on watching our practices and see what can we do, Denki said. All right, people, in the last show I promised that I would show something. Kuma began before a shit-eating grin spread his mouth. A genderbend Izuku universe. Izuku quickly got up from his seat and ran toward him. Wait, why do we need to watch that? Because it's funny, was the shameless answer of Kuma before he snapped his fingers, and Izuku was forcefully put into his seat as the Deku squad glanced at him worriedly. Do anyone feel worried what we're about to watch? Hitoshi asked warily. Since our little green is sat and prepared, let's get to it. Kuma cheered as the cinema theater darkened. Omeg. Deku got turned into what? I'm now feeling worried about this, Ochako said worriedly. I hope that Midoriya-kun hasn't gotten into trouble, Tenya added. Knowing him, he got into trouble in a stupid way. Hitoshi snorted. Hey, it was a beautiful day in UA. No League of Villains had gotten to the students, and the day went on peacefully, except for the usual shenanigans that occurred among the infamous Class A. Hey, we're famous, Denki cheered. That says infamous, so it's not, Hunter retorted. Everything inside Class A was tranquil as Aizawa Shouta was teaching his class with 22 students. Right? Let's get homeroom started. But first, Midoriya isn't here yet. Bakugo, Takahashi, do you know anything? No idea. The explosive hero, Bakugo Katsuki, answered. No, Aizawa-sensei. I didn't hear any news about a hero fight on his walk here, so there is no way that he would get stuck watching them. Takahashi Junpei, the two-quirked hero, shook his head. Strange that Midoriya didn't arrive yet, Mizo said with a confused frown. Yeah, he always arrives early and gets into his notebooks, Rakido added. Something must have happened, Mashirao mused. Who's he? Ochako wondered in confusion. Everyone was confused on who was this individual. He was the second tallest student with a purplish navy hair, amethyst-colored sharp eyes, 2 horns stuck on his head, and every girl could consider that he was among the Ikemen in their class. Oh, that's someone from my multiverse which Izuku-kun and Katsuki-kun has a third childhood friend. Kuma answered for them. He got a case like 2-quirked syndrome, which the least percentage of people are able to get. I feel worried if All for One gets his hands on him, Toshinori said worriedly. Don't fear about it. He knows what he's doing, so let's continue, shall we? I wonder where Deku-kun is. Uraraka Ochako wondered in worry at the usual greenette friend. I don't think he seems the type to be late, Ida Tenya remarked. Maybe he's sick? He'd be expected to get in touch with someone if that were the case. He probably just got caught up in something on the way to school, Asui Tsuyu assumed bluntly. Ah, that's probably right. Does he really gets in trouble all the time? Rumi asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, every teacher of UA answered in unison. Izuku simply groaned into his hands, while Django and Forgo could only pat his back while holding their laughs. Or maybe he got dragged into an encounter with a groper. No, I doubt that. Oh, you summer children. Kuma snickered, which everyone glanced at him in confusion. All right, you lot, that's enough. Shouta interrupted before hearing the door open. Quiet, down. The door of Class A opened up, and everyone watched the last student enter in silence. There it was Midoriya Izuku enter late for class, but he looked different. His hair was longer and messier. His clothes looked bigger than it was, and his stature shrunk down. But the most thing they noticed was the dead eyes he was wearing, like life was meaningless. Or if his All Might collections got destroyed. What? How could he possibly be like that? Tetsu asked in confusion. I can only guess it was because of quirk, Itsuka declared. He looks so done with life, Kanoto said. Reverely in the dark, Shihai muttered. Everyone watched in confusion on who this individual was. Who are you? Shouta asked, sweating in confusion and shaking fearfully. Aizawa-sensei is so disturbed, he's visibly shaking, was everyone's thoughts. I'm sorry to say, Midoriya Izuku, which everyone recognized the voice, although it sounded dead to the world, began. I got dragged into an encounter with a groper on the way to school, and it made me late. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm sorry to say. Is an encounter with a groper expected to be this terrible? Someone asked in disbelief. I'm sorry for being late. Or rather, I'm sorry for being alive. Deku, Junpei asked worriedly. I need to hear about it. But for now, try to get a hold of yourself, Shouta ordered. Hey, at least another of your childhood friend is worried about you. Ochako reassured him. I want to die, Izuku said, dead inside. Vaught, Django and Fordo shouted. A flashback occurred, showing the male version of Midoriya Izuku walking toward UA, in an eager manner, while watching the news on his phone. While he was about it, he could hear a couple arguing close to him. You ate my pudding. I can't believe you. I was looking forward to it. The girlfriend yelled in betrayal. What the hell? I can have one bite, can't I? And pudding is more important to me than it is to you, right? The boyfriend shouted back. Right, 'cause everything is just more important for you, she spat, her quirk answering with an off-color energy around her. What the fuck did you say? He growled back, his quirk acting on its own. If you're gonna whine, come do something about it. Fine, let's do this. Izuku was unknowingly walking close to them, and the couple didn't realize him until it was late. Wait, somebody is. Boom. What? Midoriya-kun, you should not use your phone while walking. You could tumble onto something while you're distracted. Tenya chastised him. Sorry. Izuku apologized. What would you have done with your brother had done something heroic? Would you have done the same? Ochako teased. I would never. Tenya blushed in embarrassment. While they're at it, it is an unlucky moment that Midoriya-chan got himself into a prickle. Tsuyu bluntly pointed out. Like I said, there is a possibility that his quirk was bringing danger to himself. Kuma shrugged. That could explain a lot of things. Hitoshi agreed. The screen returned to the classroom, as everyone was standing around Izuku, who was covering his, or now her face in embarrassment and dismay. You were looking at your phone and walked into an accident. You got hit by the quirks of that boy and girl. Yaoyorozu Momo summarized. And that's how you ended up like this, right? That's about right, Izuku confessed shamefully. That's a pretty harsh punishment for not looking where you're going, Junpei said worriedly. But still, Midoriya, your boobs are huge. If you're not careful, you'll end up more arrogant than Gyro MPH. Kaminari Denki was cut off after being elbowed into his face by Gyro Kyoka. Kaminari, you're being rude right now. Oh man, sorry Midoriya. Denki apologized hastily as Kyoka was preparing to elbow him. It's all right, Kaminari-kun, Izuku said. Midoriya, can I touch your boobs FNN? Minta Minoru was as expected slapped by an elong tongue during his perverted request. Midoriya-chan, I know the girl had a sex change quirk, but what about the boy? Could it be the reason you're making a face like you're on the brink of death? Tsuyu asked. I'm sorry, Midoriya. That was not cool of me. Minoru shouted an apology when every woman glared at him. Come on. How many multiverses I look like an asshole and pervert? I'm not that bad like the other me. If I recall, that boy's quirk is Lucky Lecher. What? So he's got some pervert quirk? If a man is the target of that quirk, a Lucky Lecher style scene will pop up and play out in his favor. If it's a girl, she'll become the object of the Lucky Lecher scene. So that happened because I got hit by the sex change quirk first. Huh. You don't mean, Midoriya, you. Junpei grimaced in dread. What happened because of that? Izuku began crying in despair at the recollection. I was groped 3 times on the way to school. Midoriya, Everyone grimaced and/or gagged in disgust. How is it possible that the cinnamon roll gets molested because of a quirk? Satsuna complained, scratching her head. What a mad banquet of darkness, Fumikage growled. Think that you can find those people and see that their fights don't affect the civilians? Nezu asked. I'll try to find them. Naomasa replied. I'll help you with that. Shouta offered while Hizashi and Nimiri nodded in agreement. Ochako went to her and placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. While it would have been an offer of condolence or something like that, Ochako's face looked dead in vengeance. Deku-kun, do you remember what the clothes of those perverts looked like? Can you tell me the details? I'm going to tear off their balls and bring them to you. Ochako declared coldly. Damn, Uraraka, you can be scary. Hanta said. I'll find those people and rip their balls. Ochako promised darkly. Maybe it's best to leave her be, Toru decided. Hey, looks like Seacom is stepping up. So, what are we going to do? Tatsuma Akari wondered as she scratched her head. Hey, another girl for our class, Mina cheered joyfully. They watched the tallest girl close to Momo with medium-length scarlet-colored hair, which was braided to look like a dragon tail and short bang that slightly covered her sharp amber-colored eyes. She was tanned and looked athletic, and in comparison with her chest size, she was matching with Momo. She looks kind of strong, Toru said. That's because she has a dragon quirk, Kuma supplied. Everyone looked excited as Izuku, now his spirit lifted up, began muttering in wonder about her quirk. Everyone turned to Katsuki and Shoto, who somehow were holding sniper rifles and wearing shades. They didn't know where they had gotten them. Shall we go mushroom hunting? Shoto began singing, which unnerved everyone. Mushroom hunting is fun, Katsuki continued singing. Those guys are singing about something dangerous. Mashiro choked in disbelief. Oh God, they are going to hunt mushrooms, Denki shouted dramatically. Best for them rather than us. Hanta shrugged. The world needs less idiots and perverts. Kuma scoffed. Holding a weapon in class is not something a hero in training should do. Tenya chastised them. Takahashi, as the deputy class president, you should say something. Oh, does this multiverse this Takahashi guy is the class deputy? Toru asked in surprise. Yes, and Yaoyorozu-san is the class president and Tenya-san is the class secretary. Kuma stated, which overjoyed Momo. I didn't think we would have a class secretary. Rikito admitted. None of us do. Mizo nodded. Everyone turned to the horned male student, only to gawk at the sight of Junpei, sharpening many knives with a sharpening stone, unknowingly making a blonde cat like semi-villain proud for some reason. You just tried to grope my friend. Then you'll miss your mushrooms. Junpei cackled as he continued sharpening religiously. He strapped 2 knives between his head, which having 2 knives and horns on his head was kind of terrific. Oh Kami, he's gone too, Shiro Hanta groaned. I mean, if Bakugo did the same, his other childhood friend would have done it too, Hanta reasoned. You got a good friend, Vaught. Django offered. While thankful, I don't want to talk about this, Izuku groaned. Hey, cheer up, Vod. Your friends are offering to beat some dickut for you. Fordo added. After some time, everyone returned to the classroom with Izuku, wearing a girl uniform with Momo's help, which it also looked good on her. Everyone could admit that, but Izuku didn't feel like that at all. Deku-kun in a girl's body is priceless. Ochako muttered as she and Shoto were taking pictures of Izuku in girl uniform silently. Yeah, you're a Raka-san. Isn't this kind of twist on your personality? And could you two stop taking snapshots? Junpei asked in concern. PF ha 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 ha. Oh, look how serious they are, Rumi cackled. Please, Rumi. Not my intern. Ruko groaned. Enji looks like he is about to pop a vein or dozens. Shinya commented, which it was true that Enji was having some kind of stroke or more. It's best that we ignore that, Tsunagu said. I'm thankful for the clothes you made, but Izuku hedged uncomfortably despite that the girl's uniform matched her body frame while ignoring the two friends taking pictures. Do I really need to go as far as wearing a girl's uniform? What are you saying? Momo sighed. Although it may be temporary. For now you're a girl, Midoriya-san. Not wearing a girl's uniform would be a breach of school policy. Is it really true? Pony asked. What would happen if one of us got to a gender-bend situation? Would we also have to wear the girl's uniform? Yosu wondered in slight dread. If it were to be the girls, we would also wear them. Rieko added. I think it's best if we don't think about that. Hiryu said. But Yaoyorozu-san, getting his clothes changed was probably fun, right? Hagakure Toru asked with an invisible smirk. Hey, the girl has needs, Akari cackled. Hagakure-san, Tatsuma-san, SHHH. The class laughed at the confession. Momo looked ashamed, but could feel like she could have her fun with clothing someone. It was for Midoriya-san's sake. He wasn't familiar with the underwear best for sports. Momo defended herself. Thank you for thinking of me on that matter. By the way, Todoroki-kun, Izuku looked up to the two-toned student. I'm a little worried. That blood. Did you get hurt? Are you concerned of me? Don't worry. It's just blood that splashed on me. Shoto said. That's the entirely different concern. What the hell were you doing while I was changing? Meanwhile, Bakugo Katsuki was knocked out and soaked in blood in the bathroom. On that, the screen shut down and the lights brightened the room. Why would Bakubro be soaked in blood? Ijiro asked. You don't want to know. Kuma deadpanned. Icy hot. You're going down, Katsuki roared. I wouldn't think that my other self would do that. Shoto said. Are you ignoring me, asshole? Maybe it's best if we take a break. Shino said as she covered Kota's ears. Mirio had done the same to Uri. Yeah, take an hour, and this is the last before resting. I'll have someone to wake you up, so rest now and we'll continue. Kuma decided as he decided to drink something strong for a good job and needed something to bring the next omake. The next break took over the heroes and civilians of MHA. Most of them returned to their previous activity before watching Darth Kaifu. A few young heroes were on the training ground testing the practice zone with the foe villains. So, let me understand this. We are in a training ground specifically made for us, which there are many varieties of mock villains that we could try our quirks on them, while they also have some kind of upgrade or quirks. I'm following, right? Ochako asked. Yes, that is what the pro heroes and Kuma-san said. Tenya affirmed. So, we could train against foes that has similar abilities and quirks like the League of Villains, Shoto asked. I think it would be great to practice going against them before doing it when we return. Tsuyu hummed. Yeah, I think it would help on how to fight against future villains. Izuku said. But why are everyone here? That also means the kids, Django asked. From what I gathered, Kuma-san brought us everyone here since he had an announcement or something. Fordo stated. What would he announce to us? Hitoshi wondered. I want to return to my babies, Mei whined. In time, Hatsune-chan. Just give it time for me to announce something. Everyone turned to see Kuma getting inside the room in his usual outfit and crown. He got in front of everyone and began. Well, hello again, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the last chapter and the omake. I think seeing our VOD turning into a woman was, Fordo began. Uncomfortable. Django admitted with a grimace. I wouldn't cross that line though. Minoru added, which was surprising of him. Look, I admit that I'm a pervert. But that other version of me is crossing a line that I wouldn't cross. That is surprising of you, Minta. Mizo confessed. I'm just tired of every version of me putting myself in embarrassing moments and such. Minoru sighed in exasperation. Well, at least he admits it. Mina whispered to Toru, which nodded. In any case, Kuma decided to continue his moment. While I see that a few of you are quite interested in what this multiverse is showing, I think it is high time that I get to give you something special. A few pro heroes perked on that, but none other than the students who were more excited. As soon as Kuma opened his mouth, a music suddenly sounded, making everyone including Kuma confused. The music was the typical car horn, which was La Cucaracha, and many people were more confused. It began softly before it came louder, and everyone turned to glance at one wall in confusion. The shock that came when the wall crashed open, and an armored SUV with 2 machine guns at the top came up toward them. Everyone had the idea of dodging the SUV, except for Kuma, who could only gape in shock. What in the peewog? He got ran over, and then crashed onto the wall, making a perfect hole on himself. Medic, he groaned out weakly. Everyone was now wary at the unknown armored SUV. The SUV drifted until it stopped, and now everyone didn't know what to do with their host groaning in pain inside a hole. When the door opened, everyone tensed in preparation, thinking that it was an enemy. Only for a guy wearing a delivery uniform which said multi-delivery got out of the armored SUV and holding a clipboard. Let's see here. The guy glanced up at the MHA casts and down on his clipboard before he nodded in satisfaction. Good. I'm where I'm supposed to be. I got a delivery for the students of Class A. The students of Class A wondered what they were gifted. Among Class B, the only person who was envious was Nito, but nobody paid attention to his grumblings. Who sent those gifts? Shouta asked warily. Got some deliveries straight from Draco's workshop. The delivery guy answered nonchalantly. He got in front of Izuku, which made Django and Fordo tense, and their hands close to their pistols. I only need a sign here, he said, ignoring the tense moment and threat. Blinking at the nonchalant attitude, Izuku signed the clipboard, and the delivery guy nodded. Great, I'll hand you your gifts. He knocked the back door of the SUV, and it opened up, dropping multiple gifts which everyone noticed at the many presents. The surprise for Class A was that each present represented the same colors and design of their hero costumes. There was one for Izuku, which was a box with the design of a green clone helmet. Ochako's had pink moons. Tenya's had blue stripes. Shoto's was 2-colored box, obviously. Hey, this is great! Denki cheered as he held on his lightning bolt's gift. I wonder what is in here. Kyoko wondered aloud as she checked on the music-designed box. Maybe we can take a look later, Gyro. Momo said as she grimaced when Kuma got out of the hole with a disgruntled look while rubbing his head. Damn it. Who the hell are you supposed to be? He snarled, showing his fanged teeth dangerously and showing more emotions than they are used to. The delivery guy grinned while holding the brim of his hat. Got the keys from Joe. Every student who knew that tensed either in eagerness or in weariness at what was going to happen. Kuma wasn't any of them since the hit got his head disoriented. Who's Joe? He spat, grimacing that it got him a worse headache. It was a swiftly defeat. The delivery guy smirked victoriously as he grabbed on his uniform. Joe Mama. And with a harsh tug, his uniform flew away, showing what the delivery guy was really wearing. Everyone now could see that the guy had short brown hair and had the same heterochromatic eyes as Shoto and Kuma, which were sky blue on his right eye and amber on his left eye. He was wearing long dark gray dress pants, a light gray dress shirt with the sleeves folded back halfway to his elbows, and a black suit vest, covering the bottom of a dark blue tie, along with fedora with a pair of dual-colored feathers the same blue and orange of his eyes stuck into the band, overlapping one another, and a bandit face mask that covered him from the bridge of his nose and extended far enough down to be tucked into his shirt, completely covering his neck. The bandit face mask had that design of the shark grin, which it was famous on attack dog planes. But instead of red, it was blue. Hiya, everyone. It is nice to finally meet y'all. The former delivery guy greeted nicely at the MHA casts. How's hanging? Kuma, finally out of his headache, had his eyes twitching at the newcomer. Oh fuck me, Demo. What the fuck are you doing here? Demo grinned at the sight of his dear friend's misery look. Oh, come on, Kuma. Can't a guy like me visit a dear friend? Kuma pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Okay, first off, we barely knew each other since I got permission from Draco to use his universe to be put as a movie or such. Second, where the fuck you got those? He demanded angrily as he pointed at the gifts class students were holding. Demo shrugged. Somewhere around. He answered blandly. Kuma was about to open his mouth before his phone began ringing. Grunting at the interruption, he put up the phone and answered. Yellow, this is Kuma speaking. Someone stole my stuff. Kuma winced as Draco's distressed voice sounded next to his ear. Okay, first off, keep your voice down. I have sensible ears, man. And second, what do you mean that your stuff is gone? Your place is protected, and that. We joked that the place was like Azkaban or something like. How is it possible? I don't know. 1 second. I'm looking on what my Izuku is doing after the shit he pulled in Island. The next thing I know, my shit is gone. And why are you asking me about that? Kuma asked incredulously. Well, because somehow, someone stuffed everyone I had inside a vehicle and left trail marks, leaving a note saying bear with me for a moment and left another hole. Do you know how much it costs for repairs? Draco yelled. Who would be that stup? Kuma paused as his eyes turned to the armored SUV, then at the gifts, and then at the unrepentant Demo who was whistling innocently and looking everywhere but at him. He repeated that motion for a moment before he sighed wearily at the phone. Demo got them. What? Hiya, Draco. Long time no see. Demo greeted friendlily at the caller. Demo, you fuck. Why did you think that stealing from me was okay? He demanded angrily. Why did you make copies of the armor if you weren't going to give them out? Demo shouted, grabbing on the phone while ignoring the hey from Kuma. I was going to test them before giving them out. I wasn't planning on giving them defective armors. I'm not May. I take offense to that. May chided next to Class A as she was highly curious of what they had gotten. Whatever, in any case, I just brought them here so they can test them out, and you can see if there are some bugs to be worked on. Thank me later. Demo ignored the curses that Draco was saying, turned off the phone, and threw the phone back to its owner. Hey, watch it, Kuma said angrily as he put his phone away. Also, I'm still mad about you crashing your armored SUV on me, so it is my place to hit you back. He growled eagerly as he made his way toward him and menacingly. Demo grinned as he spread his arms. Oh, you're approaching me. Instead of running away, you're coming right to me. I can't beat the shit out of you without getting closer, Kuma declared as his body began morphing slowly. Oh ho, then come as close as you like. Demo grinned evilly as his face started blackening, his mask merging with his face. His head turned black, except for the silhouette of the grinning shark teeth before two bright white eyes shone dangerously and streaks of veins pooped on his forearms. The grinning mask suddenly opened like it was a maw and spat out a ball of ice blue flame and amber ice. If anyone knew better, somehow they began hearing a fighting music out of nowhere. And put Yakuza 0 Rain Ost for this fight. Demo Aka Demodman. Wild card with a hair trigger. You're going down, Demo. Kuma growled as his body began getting bigger as his cape flung like the wind. His two normal hands shifted into bare paws, except that one hand was white, while the other was black. His crown remained intact during his transformation as his growling sounded dangerously, and he cracked his neck in preparation. Now he looked like a giant humanoid two-toned bear. And I'm going to enjoy rip your limbs off. He growled with a deep baritone voice, surprising a few heroes. Kuma Aka King Kuma, formerly known as Gen 3 Saiyan, Ursine Overlord. Let's start with a greeting, yeah? Demo grinned as he reeled back a fist. Kuma matched the intention eagerly as he raised his paw up, and a few observant heroes noticed that both fists suddenly shifted into a shiny onyx color, and they knew that something powerful was going to happen. Watch out! Toshinori shouted as he covered for the few students he could shield. But that wasn't necessary as suddenly the multiple guards that Kuma showed them before appeared in front of them. Crash! Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr fists weren't touching, but felt an overwhelming energy getting in the middle. A few students passed out, but a few barely managed to hold their guts up. The heroes weren't faring well as they were trying to not pass out, but most of the top-ranked heroes managed to hold their grounds. Rumi grinned savagely as she wished to spar with one of them. Maybe I can ask that Kuma guy to spar with me. Let's see who wins. The bear or the bunny, she thought, eager to find out soon. Their fight suddenly cut off when they were blown away, crashing on the opposite side with a loud boom and creating a large smoke screen. Are we? Denki asked, unsure on how to speak during this fight, and shaking the unconscious Minoru. Are we kind of watching a fight between two godly beings? Maybe, Hanta grunted, even unsure for his answer and almost passing out. Manly. The duo manly students breathed in awe. The MHA casts were cut off when two shadows emerged from the smokescreen and began to exchange fists in a speed that even Tenya, Tensei, and Keigo were having a hard time following. So, starting off with Haki, I see. Demo cackled, his smoke but shining black arms rushing at the ursine with mad rush. Nothing better to beat the crap out of people with these abilities, am I right? What's wrong, Demo? Kuma growled with a smirk, not even pausing at his blows with coated Haki. Having a hard time. Teachy, like your weak punches can do something against me. Demo answered cockily, parrying and avoiding death blows that was intended to kill him. He then stepped back while spreading down his arms, which then it began forming various knives. Hey, Kuma, catch these. Kuma raised his thick arm to block them. A few managed to cut his fur and skin and others stabbed him. Kuma got furious as he swiped his arms down, which the forced to drop the knives off his limbs, dispersing them into shadow mists. I'm tired of your stupid games, Demo. Oh, come on, Kuma. Just take a nice joke. Demo grinned as he then decided to summon a pair of Desert Eagle Chromic Black and span them like a professional. Wouldn't that make you happier? He cooed mockingly. You, Kuma's first spiked in anger as his form turned bigger before dodging at the bullets that came at him. Damn, almost took his head off. Demo clicked his tongue as he then dodged back when Kuma rushed at him and slammed his paws where he was before. Careful over there. You almost killed me. That's the fucking idea, Kuma roared as he continued swiping his deathly paws at the wildcard. Demo continued dodging effortlessly before an idea stuck him. Waiting for an opportunity, Kuma continued attacking in a mad rancor before his maul roared out. That was Demo needed as he began unleashing his bullets at Kuma's maw without stopping. He grinned victoriously before dropping down with a dumbfounded look as Kuma's maw was filled with bullets, but not penetrating further. Kuma growled as he spat the bullets off his mouth and snarled angrily. Okay, not my brightest idea. Demo droned before getting a paw on his face and slamming his head on the ground. Let's see if there is a brain inside, shall we? Kuma declared as he began raising and slamming Demo's head on the ground, mercilessly, which the MHA casts were wincing at each slam. Should we? Keigo asked warily. Maybe we shouldn't intervene their fight or so, Shinya stated. But I want to, Rumi complained. Demo, having enough of getting slammed on the ground repeatedly, summoned a nasty-looking warhammer and laid a hard hit on Kuma's head. On instinct, Kuma's grip on Demo loosened, dropping him. Once he landed, Demo grabbed on his warhammer with an extra grip and swung up, knocking Kuma's chin up. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Mina winced, feeling the phantom pain as everyone else. Kuma, now dazed and less angry, laid on the ground with a damn headache. That freaking hurt. You deserved it, dumbass. Demo cackled victoriously before wincing at the headache he suddenly got. Not that like I'm in the same boat. Damn it, he groaned. Is it over? Itsuka asked warily. I don't think so, Izuku replied knowingly. He knew that if both combatants didn't move after this, it would be end of this battle. But he knew that they weren't finished too, as they had yet to detransform. A few heroes unknowingly agreed with the 9th OFA user. Kuma sighed longingly before he paused, staring at the ceiling. Well, the moment has passed. Back to work. He raised both arms and slammed them on the ground, shooting him up on his feet. Oh, no you won't. Demo rushed at the Ursine and began punching on the body, his arms blurring while Kuma decided to tank the attack like nothing. It was merciless. It was epic. And most of all, familiar. Those that had more knowledge of a certain study began mumbling. Standing here, I realize, Denki began softly. You were just like me, trying to make history. Ijiro continued with much vigor. But who's to judge the right from wrong? Mina sang. When our guard is down, I think we'll both agree, Kyoka hummed. That violence breeds violence. Surprisingly, Katsuki continued with the song. But in the end, it has to be this way. And Izuku finished it. You must getting tired of it. Demo snarked as he continued punching his way through Kuma's thick fur. Do you intend to finish this fight with receiving all of my attacks? Or bore me to death? Kuma grinned viciously. That I intend to. He grabbed on Demo's 2 arms, which surprised him completely, and gave him a heavy kick, and he got blow up. Quickly following on crouching down, Kuma somehow span as a ball and spun madly, making the ground he was rolling, smoking hotly. Before anybody could ask, Kuma suddenly rolled away, going like a ricochet around the room, while avoiding the MHA casts before slamming his monstrous body on Demo like a giant cannonball. Demo chalked as he was then flung on the ground before giving a roll and giving a 3-point landing. All right, that stung. But you know what? That is okay because I am ready for bear season. His shadow began exerting from his body before they began taking forms. Familiar for most people, the shadows turned into weaponry. High-caliber weaponry. You know what they say when you have multiple M82 anti-material rifles. At a close enough range, any sniper is a shotgun. Each rifles boomed with a cracking shot, which Kuma hastily dodged them away in his ball form, leaving craters on his previous position. Demo began cackling while shooting endlessly, and he knew that wasting bullets was the least of his worries, since his ammunition was unlimited in his shadowy form. Kuma decided to keep away from the high-caliber bullets before shooting up and crashing on the ground, creating more smokescreen. What's wrong, Kuma? Demo sneered as he stopped momentarily his shoots as his sniper rifle barrels smoked hotly at the relentless shooting. Need some break? The smoke began coursing the battleground in silence. Demo's smirk dropped down as he barely hears something inside. A few managed to hear it too. It sounded like a rumble and spin. Demo's eyes widened momentarily when Kuma's body shot out toward him like a cannonball, so he quickly more M82 anti-material rifles and blocked the incoming behemoth with force. Had enough? Kuma growled inside his rolled-up body, while still spinning like no tomorrow. Nope. I have more bullets to share. Demo answered with a maddening grin. Kuma began putting more strength in his spin. Demo began creating more M82 anti-material rifles to hold down the massive rotating body as few managed to crack. He decided to create a few behind so he could shoot them at close range. Everyone tensed at the two semi-god-like individuals were about to do something dangerous until... Wham! Could you two stop doing idiotic things? Someone appeared out of nowhere and knocked the two fighters out, managing to crack the ground they were planted to and to transforming their battle forms. Everyone was now tensed once again at the individual that managed to stop the host and delivery guy. The guy looked different from usual. While the guy looked like any normal person, they could feel the same aura Kuma and Demo wore with pride. He was normal-toned, had regular eyes except that they had gold irises, wore an oversized gray trench coat, loose black pants, black fingerless gloves with spikes, and a spiky choker for some reason. But what surprised the MHA casts the most was that his skin had scales that glowed softly with a whitish glow. Good grief. You two at least could have acted more maturely. He sighed, rubbing his head in irritation. Draco, Kuma groaned, barely holding his consciousness. Well, it's Lanterna now. Don't forget about it. Draco, or the now named Lanterna, grinned, holding a thumb at himself. Lanterna, aka Lanterna Eternal, formerly known as Draconus Ignitus, Sentinel Eternal of Light. Still though, Lanterna sighed in exasperation. Can there be enough idiots in our lives? I don't think that morons like them will be stopped being created. Fuck, you too, Bio, Demo mumbled out. Bio aka Bionicle rules. Can't give a fuck about titles. Really, you should have learnt better to get into Lanterna's bad side. Bio, the white-blue floating roundish cube, take the idea of Guilty Spark from Halo, as referenced by his suggestion, with a navy-colored headphone around it. Deadpanned, or his voice modulator sounded like that. Like I said, Demo groaned out as he slowly got up. If he made something for them, it was best to test the bugs out. I still agree that it was a stupid idea, Demo. Shut it, Kuma. Is it over? Toshinori asked wearily. Yeah, it is done. Lanterna waved him off. Rumi was about to speak when she noticed that her closest friend was quiet. Too quiet for her taste. Something wrong? Ruko was shivering either in terror or in awe. I don't know what to say. Rumi quirked an eyebrow in confusion at her. What do you mean? That guy, she pointed at Lanterna. He has a powerful aura. Something akin of a dragon lord my father used to tell me. Rumi looked at her in confusion before turning to Lanterna. She glanced at him before turning at Ruko. I don't see that. Maybe only those with draconic quirks can feel his essence of a dragon god. Bio spoke as he made his way toward the heroines. Don't mind us, truly. We are going to be here to deal with an idiot, and then we will be on our way. Oh, cool robot. What are you made of? Are you made out of a special material that makes us this light? Are you an AI? Or a VI? I have so many questions to ask. Can I disassemble you? May spoke crazily as she grabbed on Bio's mechanical body. Hey, hands off. Bio panicked before his whitish blue. I turned toward the other three. Guys, help. The crazy girl is going to dissect me. First of all, that is not your true body, Bio. Demo scoffed as he rolled his arm. And secondly, fuck you, asshole. How do you like that? Kuma sighed as he raised his fingers and snapped. having Bio teleport next to them. Mei-chan, if you behave, I'll give you some blueprints after this. Okay. Everyone who knew Mei better whiplashed at the unhesitant answer. Right, since we are done here. Lantern aside as he grabbed on Demo's collar with one hand, while the other handed him a data pad. Here, Kuma. Since I am already here, I have the chapters 25 through 27 ready for you to check on. Kuma grinned as he gratefully received it. Sweet. I didn't like much what happened in Island, but I hope that you have something that I can enjoy later. Lanterna grinned, evilly as Bio simply beeped in a malevolent glint when Kuma looked like a child in Christmas. Oh, don't worry. It's going to be a blast and heroic. Kuma frowned at them suspiciously, but his eagerness to continue reading beat the suspicion. Right, I'll take you words to it. In any case, I was thinking on having this after the last show. He then whispered something to them which they listened and frowned thoughtfully. We might do it, but we will see our respective multiverse first before going through your suggestion. Lanterna said. But you have to do something for us in exchange. Kuma simply shrugged in acceptance. Fair enough. Nodding, Demo and Lanterna walked back to the armored SUV, while Bio hovered next to them. Demo, you drive. And get through a drive-through. I'm craving something with meat. Yeah, you only want to go there to make the big smoke joke. Demo huffed as he sat on the driver's seat, and they left through the hole he made before. Kuma watched them leave before sighing. All right, I don't think we have time for what I wanted to explain or open your gifts. So, return to the cinema, and I'll be there in a moment. The MHA casts did so as they walked toward the place and get ready. Not before everyone having the same thought that maybe they were in something bigger with these individuals in existence. After returning, everyone grabbed their snacks and paid attention to the screen. Kuma, on the other hand, paid more attention at the data pad that Lanterna gave him before with more attention than the big screen. And so, the show began anew, and everyone prepared for what was about to happen. Great leaders inspire greatness in others. The Deku squad and Baku squad glanced at their respected leader, which Izuku blushed in embarrassment, saying that he was no leader material, while Katsuki simply scoffed. But inwardly he was glad that he had better companions than the other wussies. The day after the battle trials, the group was unfortunately caught up in a huge crowd of reporters that were clogging up the entrance to the school, practically harassing students with questions. The topic? All Might. Because of course, it had to be him. While the group tried to make their way through, Tenya, bless him, sacrificed himself by giving a monologue interview and subtly motioning everybody to walk past. The classmates saluted at the greatest sacrifice while standing up, leaving Tenya sputtering in indignation. I was simply giving them an explanation on how UA shows great care for their students. Keep telling yourself that, Tenya. Django snickered with Fordo rolling his eyes. Django tried the same thing, but everybody immediately grabbed him, shut his mouth, and dragged him inside. No need for an All Might PR scandal, right? Toshinori glared at Django, who laughed unrepentant. If he was given chance, he would have slandered him all the way through. Izuku simply groaned at his VOD actions. You won't be forgotten, Tenya. Izuku whispered as he and the rest entered. Eventually, however, the teachers came by and cleared the crowd. As the last of the students went inside, a reporter had the bright idea of trying to go in. Ignoring the warnings of her peers, she was stopped by the UA barrier. None noticed the man in black behind the crowd, staring, smirking. Everyone who knew who Shigaraki Tamura was narrowed their eyes. So, he was already there. Hisashi grunted with his arms crossed. Yes, but at the time we didn't know about the League of Villains, so it was understandable that they got us with our guard down. Nimiri hissed angrily. Shouta could only glare at the supposedly heir of the symbol of evil. Izuku was one of the last to enter the classroom. He noticed that Bakugo was already in there, but he was oddly quiet, reserved. His eyes spoke wonders of hatred. Izuku merely sighed before taking his seat. The rest of his classmates followed suit. Soon enough, Aizawa came in and started homeroom. All right, I've reviewed the videos from yesterday's class. We'll be doing in-depth analysis later, but I want to cover some key points right now, he said before directing his gaze to Bakugo. Bakugo, you already spoke with the principal, so I won't repeat it. But you're not a child. Don't let your ego control your actions. Bakugo grunted but nodded, still stuck in his thoughts. Disobey another direct order from your teachers, young Bakugo, and you will be summarily transferred to general education. TCH, Katsuki grumbled under his breath. Do not worry, Okubro. You're doing the best, Ijiro cheered. I guess. That being said, Midoriya. He faced Izuku, who stilled. You could have ended the fight much quicker. This isn't the place for grudge matches. In the real world, you take care of threats quickly and efficiently. Yes, sir. Bring out Django. Okay. Summoning him, Django was uncharacteristically quiet, or rather, he already knew that the situation was more serious. You already knew about this. Don't encourage your brother. I mean, Django does like to make mayhem wherever he goes, so, Yosu said. That is the fascination of multiple clones' personalities showing us. Yes. Jiroda nodded. At least, Midoriya isn't a chaotic child, right? Sen asked. Todoroki, don't underestimate your opponents. And remember, heroes aren't one-trick ponies. Todoroki also grunted but nodded. In our version, Todoroki-kun didn't get admonished like that, Izuku pointed out. Yeah, Sensei was more onto your head and Bakugo's. Ochako added. I guess Aizawa-sensei is showing what we need to understand and learn to be better heroes, Tenya declared. Maybe, Suyu hummed. All of you have taken the first steps into your careers as heroes. You'll make plenty of mistakes, which is why it's important to fix them now. Plenty of heroes go into the field unprepared. It's why they die. All of you need to work hard, otherwise you'll be expelled at the drop of a hat. Aizawa stated. Some of the students shivered, but others took it as a challenge to honestly improve. Now, on to the next part of your careers. The atmosphere was turning intense, and all of them stared at their teacher with apprehension. You need to pick a class president. Wow, you gave them a scare. Shoo. Hizashi snickered as few other pro-heroes snickered in agreement. Couldn't give them a respite? Mimiri asked. No. It's a normal high school activity. The sheer cacophony of students vying for the position was ridiculous, each one trying to come up with their own reasons as to why they should be chosen. Izuku himself was a bit unsure if he wanted to, but after discussing it with Django and some of the clones, he agreed that it would be good for developing leadership experience. One day, you'll be leading thousands of us. You need to start now. Just because we know each other doesn't mean that it'll be the same in a fight. Everybody, let us decide this by a vote. He was broken from his thoughts by Ida's loud declaration. Izuku admitted that the idea was sound, however. What's to prevent everybody from just voting for themselves? Then whoever gains the most votes will have proven themselves in the eyes of the classroom. That, or we could just make a rule that you can't vote for yourself, Izuku trailed off. Ada paused, blinked, and nodded. This version of Tenya also realized that they could have worked this out well too. I see. We could have used that rule. He mused in realization. I don't think that anybody could have thought that, Kyoka said, which Momo simply sighed, not having thought of that option at first. Once again, Midoriya-kun, you are clearly a superior hero. I am not, Izuku said in embarrassment. You are, Vod. Django and Fordo said in unison. That could work, Aizawa-sensei. I don't care. Just let me sleep. An awkward pause filled the room before everybody collectively shrugged and continued their clamors for the presidency. Izuku Midoriya 12 votes. Ida Tenya 5 votes. Yayurazu Momo 2 votes. Bakugo Katsuki 1 vote. You still voted for yourself. Django chuckled out as Bakugo growled. Izuku, who was taking a sip on his drink, suddenly spat on the unsuspected Tenya when he saw the votes. This was much more than he ever got before with mere 3 votes. Wow, Deku-kun was voted more than before, Ochako whistled. It is to be expected. Tsuyu nodded sagely. Come on, guys, I am not that deserving, Izuku said. We beg to differ. The Deku squad plus Django and Fordo chorused, while Tenya wiped the drink off him. Izuku apologized later. Okay, didn't expect this. Izuku admitted as he and Tenya stood next to each other in front of the class. Bakugo had returned to his normal self and was going apoplectic in rage, but Izuku had long since learned how to tune him out. I'm glad to be able to work with you, Izuku. So am I, Tenya. Aizawa merely slept. During lunch hour, Izuku's little group of friends were talking about the classes they'd already started. It's kind of surreal. Our teachers are heroes, yet they act so normal. Izuku hummed while eating his food. Django and Fordo were actually next to him. The having discovered the joy of food thanks to Inko, and was taking advantage of the opportunity. So, class prez, how does it feel? Bit surreal, but I'm glad that I have the opportunity and the class trust. I honestly didn't expect that many votes. Well, you and Django have both proven yourselves to be pretty good leaders during the battle trials. Ochako said while snacking on some mochi. Uraraka sure loves her mochi. Mina wondered aloud. I think there was a time that I brought dozens of mochis for our girls' group study. 3 boxes out of 5 disappeared when we left her alone. Momo hummed. Ochako blushed in embarrassment. I can't help it. True, I voted for Tenya. You're a bit stiff. But you'd get the job done. Thank you, Izuku. I am honored by your choice. I admit that I voted for you as well. Tenya, be honest. You're stupid rich. I mean, you certainly look like it. Django snorted at Ochako's bluntness, but couldn't help but agree. Do I sound really like that? Tenya asked. Yes. Most of the times. Yeah, but we love you as you are. Django snorted. She sure can be bluff when she feels like it. He whispered to Fordo. I did hear that his brother was different. Fordo replied. It makes me happy that you weren't like that during our school years. Hizashi sniffed dramatically. Hey! Tensei shouted in mock indignant. Mimiri giggled as shout aside as the parakeet's antics. I wanted to hide this until later. But have you ever heard of the Idaitan Agency? Led by Ingenium Wright? Fordo asked while eating rice. He's got over 65 sidekicks. Django said while scarfing down some dumplings. Family legacy too. Izuku finished as he drank some water. It's a trio of hero nerds. The rest thought with amusement. Does that kid has a manual or dictionary inside his head? Yu asked in disbelief. We checked. There isn't one. Dagoro humored the joke. Nana laughed. That kid would have known us even if some of us went underground. That he would if given chance to get information. Sorahiko huffed. If he could with Aizawa, I don't think young Midoriya would have any problem. Toshinori said, confident on his answer. Yes, well, he's my older brother. That's awesome. So cool. That's super cool, Tenya. I won. Hey, that's my Katsuden. Izuku yelled as he fought off Django's chopsticks before slamming Fordo's arm onto the table and pinning it. The rest of the group stared as the 3 started to fight over the last piece of Katsuden. It became an entire martial arts battle of chopsticks, with admittedly good choreography and a compelling script somewhere in the end before degenerating into a slapstick show. Ah, brotherly love. Rumi cackled. It's nothing best to deal with your siblings in such ways. You say like you have one. Ruko asked with an eyebrow raised. I'm a rabbit-quirked heroine. My parents are too, if you can guess what does that means. She huffed with a feral grin. Oh dear, Shinya said. I'm amazed on how much dexterity they have. Ochako said in awe. Why, Ochako-chan? Somehow interested? Tsuyu implied impishly. Ochako took 5 seconds to process that before blushing massively. Izuku choked on his food. Tenya's glasses cracked. Shoto slurped his soba noodles, not getting it. Django and Fordo laughed. This is our class president now. The group thought in amusement, but they couldn't help but feel a certain joy in seeing the group of brothers. Unfortunately for them, that joy would not last as an alarm sounded off. Tenya was the first to ask what was happening, and hearing about an intruder on the grounds made all of them panic. Caught up in the crowd of students, Izuku was slammed into a window, where he saw that the entire problem was due to the media. Ugh, those vultures. Can there be a moment that they don't appear to interview you when you are saving their skins? Rumi groaned in exasperation. While I appreciate that they are doing their work, this will get themselves killed at some point. Ruko sighed in agreement. They won't care. They only care for their ratings and lies they spat like nothing. Kuma remarked, his face looking disgusted despite that his eyes were kept on the datapad. You can get interviewed for doing something great at one point and later, they would blame you for something you were incapable of reaching. Most heroes sighed in agreement, while the students were developing a new hate for the reporters. Sure, there were some good journalists, but most of them would make blasphemy on your image. The media. You've got to be kidding me. He growled out before turning towards his friends. Guys, it's just the media. The media. Those hooligans have no sense of respect or propriety. Why? Not now, Tenya. See if you can find Ochako. We need to get this crowd controlled or somebody's gonna get hurt. Right. Pushing through the crowd, he finally found her and managed to get zero gravity applied to himself. The ensuing slam into the wall above the door had Django in stitches. But at least Tenya got the job done. Django would never let him live down the emergency exit nickname, however. Tenya did a great work on getting their attention. Ochako snickered. That did I, Tenya affirmed, not yet understanding the implication. Class B would have done better. Nito muttered with his arms crossed. Emergency exit, Django snickered. Shut it, Django. Fordo. Deadpanned, giving his VOD an elbow on his ribs. Nezu and the teachers stared at the remains of the gate. The wind picking up made the ashes stir in the wind, and he could smell the lingering taste of death in the air. Now the question. Is this merely the act of a lone villain, or a declaration of war? He knew that having All Might here would serve as both a boon and a risk. A boon. This was something that few understood about Yue, and especially his position as principal. If anything, it could be compared to the underground. Backroom deals, favors, concessions, and negotiations. Aizawa didn't understand, or rather, while he understood how the underground worked, he didn't live through it every day. Not like he did. Now, it should be noted that the key word is compared, which in itself insinuates that the relationship between these two is not exactly the same. The HSPC has always wanted Yue, the latter being one of the only schools that were not under their direct control, especially with him at the helm. As such, there has always been a conflict of opinions, goals, methods, management. Everything. Unfortunately, a good amount of funding also came from the HSPC as such. The battlefield was always tense, a balance held upon a knife's edge. So many programs he would like to begin, especially to help the students that fell through the cracks. Shouta Aizawa was an exception to the rule. The rules needed to be changed, and All Might's influence could be the push needed to implement those programs, change the requirements, create the heroes that the world needed. Not just the heroes that the HSPC wanted. Every student heard and watched what the HSPC was doing, and many couldn't believe that. Keigo, on the other hand, frowned, thinking on why HSPC would want UA for their own. Well, yes, UA is doing their best on creating better students, but what could possibly mean that the HSPC wants to own UA? Something was wrong. The few heroes that didn't know much about the HSPC were starting to have doubts to the association that they were working for. Something is wrong with those HSPC, Shoto muttered, taking notes for future conspiracies. Izuku was silent, also taking notes. He had heard that there were a few heroes that were supported and promoted by the HSPC. But if they are showing this, something was turning to the point that even their own HSPC couldn't be trusted. Kuma grinned, as they were now seeing the HSPC's true colors. And a risk. Because now that everybody knew that All Might was here, students were even more at risk of becoming targets. It was not rare for villains to try and attack the hero students in the making, although the few that attempted so were ruthlessly eliminated. It was worse for those that weren't even in the hero course. If anything serious happened, it could very well be the excuse needed for the HSPC to demand more control, especially with the support of the people. Ah, humans, such fickle creatures. So much potential. So much wasted. So, not only the hero course is in danger. The general education, the support, and the management department are also in the same boat. Hitoshi groaned. What a drag. But we had yet heard about attacks on those departments. Tsuyu said bluntly. In any case, UA, students are going to be in danger, if that was the case for ours. Either way, it seemed as if a new adversary has entered the game. Now the question. What will happen next? Everybody was eagerly anticipating class. They'd heard that today was going to be another big day, and as such were wondering what exactly was coming up. Aizawa walked in, noticed that everybody was already in their seats, commending them for their improvement. As you should, Kuma muttered. What was that? Shouted challenged. Don't make me take your juice packs and alcohol, Aizawa-sensei. I dare you. Today we're doing rescue exercises. Take your costumes, or not. Don't really care, but it's a good idea to see what can be improved. We'll be taking a bus to another part of campus, so meet me in 15. Aizawa finished before walking out. Immediately, everybody got excited and changed as fast as they could to make it in time. Izuku himself barely paid attention to everybody's comments, himself remembering the countless times that he saw All Might's debut. Rescuing people had been the entire reason that he wanted to be a hero. He wanted to save them with a smile. Just like All Might, he could hear the reassurances of his brothers inside of him, and he could feel one for all surging inside of him, as if it recognized a part of its purpose. Bah, he was overthinking things. It's not like One for All was alive, right? A little too late for that, huh? Dagoro cackled. It was expected that at least a new user of OFA would bring us. Nana shrugged. One for All is too complex to comprehend fully. Hikage added. Maybe our host would know better. And wondered. Can't say much. I'm obliged to hold that information for future moments. Kuma intoned, still having his eyes on the datapad. Either way, as they rode the bus towards their destination, Tenya had tried to do a seating order only for it to fall through at the bus design. Izuku began speaking with his clones, discussing ideas as to what to do so that they could also practice rescue techniques. There was serious consideration of seeing if they could drag a teacher into the mindscape, or at least some teaching tools. Recently, Django had been discussing with the clones as to what specific aspects of heroism they wanted to do. However, the general consensus is that they should learn all aspects before devoting themselves to specific jobs. Already some clones were asking about finding resources to become certified medics. Others were asking for more training with demolitions experts and more marksmanship training with snipe. I could always ask for some help, Chio said, glad that at least there were some clones willing to help her and others. I would always teach new shooters, Toru said, holding the brim of his hat. His biggest problem at the moment was simply summoning them. He didn't know what was happening with his quirk. It seemed as if something was blocking him from summoning more clones, which was odd. He thought that by using one for all, he'd be able to summon them. Such was the case with Fordo. But so far all that he'd done was just create more damn clones. According to them, it was starting to get a bit overcrowded. He hoped that he would figure it out soon. Yeah, not the best moment when even the mindscapes start to lack space for us clones to be created. Fordo grimaced. I think we will come to see more of them later. Ochako said with a smile, expecting to meet new people. Don't expect rainbows and sunshine, Kuma muttered under his breath. Kyoka, Mizo and Rumi heard him, but they were confused on what he meant. Midoriya-chan. He heard, breaking him from his thoughts. Turning to his classmate, he remembered her as Asui Tsuyu, the girl with the frog quirk. Yes, Asui? Call me Tsu, she interjected. Other than the clones, your quirk kinda reminds me of All Might. The heroes that knew of Tashinori's secret spat what they were drinking in mild incredulity. Are you saying that one of the students almost discovered the secret? Ken asked in disbelief. Asui has always had a great mind and could point out bluntly in honesty, Shouta said. It wouldn't be rational to point out the obvious. Tashinori grumbled that the secret was almost caught. A few noises of agreement rang out, but Kirishima was quick to butt in. Well, yeah, but All Might doesn't break himself with his strength either. Yeah, what's with that? Oh, it's simple. My strength is proportionate to the clones I have within me. On my papers, it's said as the strength of 1,000 clones. Although that's a bit of a lie since I have more. I should be able to control that strength one day. But until then, well, it is what it is. It is what it is, Kaminari laughed out only for everybody to stare at him awkwardly. Sorry, pre-quirk memes, he sheepishly said while rubbing the back of his head. His face red from embarrassment. Dude, that was so cringe, even I'm feeling embarrassment for you, Kyoka said while shaking her head. Hey, at least I have someone who I can share my pre-quirk memes. Denki looked on the bright side. Kyoka could simply sigh in resignation. Izuku mildly snorted, but was soon distracted by Kirishima. Man, your quirk's super flashy and versatile though. You've got a literal army at your fingertips. You'll definitely go into the big leagues. I can just harden my skin. That may be true, but don't put yourself down, Kirishima. Each quirk has its own use and potential. You can make it too. I can see why most people respect Midoriya. Itsuka hummed. He can see most positive points of a person when the other doesn't. Jirota agreed at the gentleman act of Midoriya. I still think he's a glory muncher. Nito grumbled. Dude, he is a literal saint. You can't say that. Yostsu groaned. Speaking about flashiness, I guess we should include Todoroki and Bakugo, Sue said with a finger on her cheek. What do you mean by should? Although with that personality, I doubt that Bakugo will be popular. Say that again. I dare you, Froggy Extra. Yeah, we've been in school only for a couple of days and everybody already knows that your personality's like a dumpster fire full of trash. Bakugo roared in anger at Kaminari, who in turn scooted back. Whoa, even his classmates are roasting him. Kosai laughed. What did you say, Air? I'm going to beat you up, Katsuki roared, being restrained once again by Aijiro. He needs to check on his language among the kids. Ibara chastised him. Do you think it will work? Manga asked with a question mark on his face. I doubt it. Juzo sighed. Ah, don't worry, Bakugo. Maybe you'll be popular like those angry Pomeranians. Django intervened, causing Bakugo to turn his attention to the clone. About to start another tirade, they were all interrupted by Aizawa, ordering them off the bus. They made their way in front of a large building with the letters USJ in the front. Wow. Is this Universal Studios Japan? The class said as a whole, many of them taking in as much detail as they can. Actually, it's the unforeseen simulation joint. Another voice said cheerily. Said voice was another hero in a large puffy spacesuit with a black dome for a helmet. Ochako was the first to recognize her. Ah, it's the space hero. 13. She's my all-time favorite. Ochako squealed and started to bounce around in excitement. Her friends chuckled in amusement, but that didn't lessen their excitement. Ochako blushed that her enthusiasm was showing, but Anan was happy to see that she had an enthusiastic fan for meeting her. Aizawa walked up the steps until he was close to 13. They all heard something about All Might, but only Izuku and Django noticed the 3 fingers that 13 put up. Damn it, All Might. You overworked yourself again, Izuku thought before glancing at Django. Their eyes meeting, they both knew that they would have to talk to All Might about his bad habits. Oh well, nothing we can do now. See? Even your successor thinks that you are being an idiot. Sorihiko grunted, rolling his eyes. Toshinori hung his head down in shame. Heading inside, 13 addressed them. Now, before we begin, I have a couple of points that I'd like to go over. As many of you may know, my quirk is called Black Hole. Yeah, you can suck up and disintegrate things. You've been instrumental in countless rescue operations. This time it wasn't Izuku who gave the analysis, but Ochako with stars in her eyes. Everyone turned to Ochako, who was trying to hide with her hands on her face in embarrassment. That is a great analysis, Uraraka, Izuku assured her, giving his usual smile, which could brighten the darkest room like nothing. Thank you, she mumbled, her hands not leaving her face. Now she was blushing for another reason. Apart from that, Nito intoned, getting everyone's attention. We are finally able to see what happened in the USG business. I wouldn't put it like that, Monoma, Kuma remarked, waving his hand. While their experience in USG was terrible, what is going to happen is going to be worse. Tenya frowned in confusion, while Django and Fordo grimaced. What do you mean by that, Kuma-san? You'll see, Kuma muttered. I think I should activate the drains in the next chapter. That is true. But what is also true is that my quirk has the extreme capability to kill. That took the wind out of everybody's sail, and a somber silence filled the atmosphere. The entrance exam was the first time you could go all out with your quirks. Aizawa's apprehension test helped you discover your limits. All Might's class helped you see your capacity to do harm. Today, it is my goal for you to discover how to use your quirks to save lives. 13 said. The class soon started clapping in appreciation, hoping to take these words to heart and learn. Heading inside, they were all amazed by the sheer scale of the building and the various zones that were available for rescue simulations. As the doors fully shut, however, the lights began to flicker and their attention was brought to the center of the plaza. A dark mist began to appear tinged with purple before spreading out widely. From the mist came dozens of villains, the most prominent being a man in black with hands all over his arms and head, and what looked like a monster, larger than All Might with charcoal skin. The thing was scarred, with a beak for a mouth and an exposed brain. Izuku didn't know what he was looking at, only that it was an abomination. So, that is, Itsuka asked warily. Yes, that is the Namu that the League of Villains developed. Kuma answered. Meet the first Namu, developed to kill All Might, everyone. You shall see how it is capable of fighting. Every student of Class B gulped fearfully, seeing at what Class A had to deal with. Nito could affirm after seeing that, wondering how they had survived the USG. Class A, on the other hand, shivered in mild panic at the monstrosity that went toe-to-toe against All Might and almost win. The pro-heroes glared at the engineered monster that could no doubt that they would have difficult time to deal with. Shouta and Toshinori glared at it. Koda and Eri were terrified of it. But Eri was more into what Overhaul made with two of his subordinates before. Whoa, is this a part of the simulation? Get back, Aizawa yelled as he prepped his capture scarf. These are real villains. The doors are shut. Real villains? What the hell is happening? The students started to panic and huddle together. Meanwhile, the apparent leader made his own observations. What's this? Just 13 and Eraserhead. The schedule said that All Might was supposed to be here. So you're the cause behind yesterday's trouble. No matter. I guess we gotta take care of the grunts before we get to the boss level. 13. Protect the students. Try and reach the main campus. Eraserhead, wait. There's too many. No hero's a one-trick pony, Midoriya, Aizawa yelled while leaping towards the crowd of villains. No, that's not damn it. He should have stayed here and 13 could have sucked up the doors. Izuku cursed before summoning Fordo and calling Django to his side. Maybe next time, give your students a chance to explain. Nimiri said. It would have taken us less time and wounds for that. Anin groaned, rubbing her head for not having done that before. Keep an eye on him. Use the snipers. Izuku paused as he considered the range and the situation. Don't bother with stunners, but keep it non-lethal. He shuddered a bit, not wanting to cause such damage. But these were real villains, and considering the ringleader's words, this was a situation of life and death. Damn it, All Might. Once we get out of this, I'm gonna shove my boot so far up your ass. He then turned towards 13. 13, the doors. 13 paused at the order from a student, but nodded and aimed her quirk at the doors. The priority, after all, was evacuating the students. Just as the door started to crack and break apart, the same shadowy mist appeared in front of them. Pardon the intrusion, young students, but we are the League of Villains. There seems to be a scheduling error. Was All Might not supposed to be here? No matter, either way, today he dies. Kirishima and Bakugo leaped at the villain, disregarding 13's warning. Their attacks proved themselves useless, as the mist simply reappeared somewhere else. While I appreciate your enthusiasm to deal with the villain, you could have stayed with the others before getting into more trouble. Nezu chastised them. At least we managed to uncover the misty bitch's weakness. Katsuki grumbled. It has a metal plate around his neck that holds him together. Ijiro commented, recalling on how Katsuki subdued Kirigiri when they almost killed All Might. Well, I can look on the other side this time. It was still reckless, Toshinori declared. Oh, such initiative. Unfortunately, it was useless. Either way, I must complete my duty and scatter you to your deaths. The mist expanded and consumed the majority of the class. No, Izuku cried out. One for all charged through his body, and he shot forward towards the mist's center. 15%. Izuku spun his body like a corkscrew and aimed true. Kansas smash. His fists impacted against the metal collar that the villain wore, sending him crashing against the doors. Yeah, class cheered, which Izuku blushed in embarrassment. As I thought, you can't be all missed. Those two knuckleheads might have jumped the gun, but at least they revealed a weakness. Who are you calling a knucklehead? Deku? Katsuki roared. Ijiro once again restrained him. Calm down, Bakubro. Knucklehead. Django snarked. You're going to die, asshole. The mist man groaned in pain. Perfect indents of Izuku's fists had been left on his collar, and his body had been revealed, showing him to be a well-dressed man with a misty body. It seems that I left the true golden apple here. Ugh, no matter. My duty remains the same. Midoriya, move! 13 cried out as she uncapped her finger. Midoriya leaped away with a grimace, landing and stumbling slightly, his body screaming in pain. He had gone way over his current limit to do that smash. Looking, he saw that Ishido, Ochako, Tenya, Satu, and Shoji were still here at the plaza, and Django and Fordo were focusing on the plaza. We need reinforcements. We need the teachers here. Tenya can sustain his speed a lot more than I can. I just need an opening. Izuku's mumbling was cut off as he heard a horrifying scream. Turning, he saw 13's own quirk used against her. Half her suit was torn apart, and her body fell to the ground. I'm sorry, kids, she groaned out. No. Anan's wounds suddenly throbbed in pain, which she let out a grunt and shiver. Are you okay, 13? Mimiri asked in concern. Yes, I will be, she reassured her. The other teachers of UA glanced at the space hero in concern. Aizawa was in a pickle, and he admitted to himself that he probably should have stayed up there with his students, especially since he lost track of the warper. He could only hope that 13 was handling it, using his capture tool to bind two villains and slam them together. Unfortunately, another mutant type, one that reminded him of a minotaur, came behind him and nearly clipped him. That is, if it wasn't for the two energy bolts that impacted against the beast, putting him out of commission. That must be Midoriya or his clones. They're supposed to be getting out of here. He pulled another villain towards him before snapping her chin back with a kick and using her as a bowling ball. Looks like they have a sniper, TCH. Kurogiri better take care of it. The battle slightly paused as a small explosion of wind appeared at the top of the stairs. But a few more sniper rounds and Aizawa breaking more bones got the villains back on track. Looks like something's going on up there. At least I have some cover, Aizawa thought as a few more villains around him were shot. Fortunately, the shots weren't piercing, but they were certainly burning them. Not that he cared very much at the moment. Kurogiri rose weakly. Quite simply, he was still rattled by the hit he'd taken. If he were not to die today, he would surely be a threat. He thought before a searing pain made itself known in his stomach. Falling to his knees, Kurogiri had to force himself to stay awake. Arg. Izuku's smoking barrel was pointed at him. A hard glare in his eyes spoke wonders of his intent. Tenya, I'm gonna blow the doors wide open. When I do, run. Get help. I can't abandon you. That's an order, Izuku screamed as he sped towards the door. He didn't want to risk not opening the doors on the first try. So charging one for all to 30%, he prepared to unleash another smash. Smash. Not so fast, Kurogiri yelled as his body exploded into mist. Both were consumed and disappeared. Izuku. Vod brother. Og. Just a little more, and he would have torn a hole, Rikito groaned. Man, that's some unlucky moment. Denki whined. The main plaza was a mess of bodies, Aizawa having decimated the villains around him with the help of the snipers. TCH, I hate it when pros live up to the hype. But at the same time, 3, 2, 1. He sped forward and grabbed Aizawa's elbow, the cloth and skin immediately cracking and falling apart. Aizawa quickly knocked Shigaraki away. Your hair's a nice tell. You've been erasing quirks left and right, and that timer's gone down. You're a rogue, not a paladin, so you're not used to big fights like this. Even with your ranger bud, the shot almost hit him. But it was blocked by the absolutely enormous beast that stood before him. That sniper's annoying. Nom. He was cut off by the appearance of Kurogiri's portal and the absolute explosion of wind that appeared, knocking everybody on their ass. Kurogiri's body flopped onto the ground, unconscious from the last portal he'd made, while Izuku was flung towards Aizawa, the force of his strike making him a rocket. And the inexperienced hero is put around many villains and an abomination. Degoro sighed. We could have taken them quite easily if the ninth had our quirks. Maybe, but it would trigger all for one that he had one for all. Nana remarked. Yoichi sighed. That he would. The second and third grunted. Midoriya ugh. Aizawa grunted as the two were sent towards the stairs. Kurogiri. TCH, you're useless. If you're here and out, then that means somebody's probably escaped. That means reinforcements. It's game over. We might as well leave. The man started to rant and rave about the situation before calming down and talking about leaving everything behind. Midoriya and Aizawa stared at him in disbelief, before looking at each other in suspicion. That's not right. But first, let's wreck the symbol of peace's pride. Izuku saw it happen in slow motion, the man's hand extending towards Asui's face, the latter frozen in fear. Tsuyu shivered in terror, still having nightmares of that time. She then was brought out of her fears when she felt a hand. She turned to Ochako, who gave her an assured smile and squished her hand firmly. Tenya smiled at her, giving a companionship that she could feel it. Shoto simply nodded at her with a thumb up. And Izuku with his VOD gave her the safety had she needed for her nightmares. Yes, she wasn't alone. One moment he was with Aizawa. The next he stood before her, fist raised at the ready. Don't touch her. Detroit smash. The ensuing force ripped through the plaza. The water from the water zone was pushed back, basically becoming a reverse tidal wave. The cement cracked and cratered around the epicenter of impact, and the resulting winds blew everybody away, including the various bodies on the floor. Izuku's eyes were wide in shock. The same black creature from before had taken Izuku's 100% punch, and it did no damage. The same could not be said for Izuku, already damaged from going over his limit, and popping off a 30% punch before this 100%. His arm was a mangled mess now. His right leg, which he used to push off, was now an angry purple and blood was starting to pour down his body. Perhaps if he had started off with the 100% against this creature, it wouldn't have caused so much damage. Detroit smash, huh? I guess you're a fan of All Might, the main villain said. His attention was completely on Izuku, even choosing to ignore Aizawa, who had grabbed Sue and some other students with his capture weapon and brought them back towards him. Midoriya, get out of there. And that strength is nothing to laugh at. Eraserhead was the mini-boss. But it looks like you're the gatekeeper to the final dungeon. Are you seriously quoting gaming stuff to me? The man ignored him, continuing on with his spiel. So let's continue. Either way, I have to wait for my escape teleport to work. Izuku deadpanned at the childish man. Everyone deadpanned in agreement, but few glared at said childish man, except for Nana, who was saddened. Namu. Izuku stiffened as he felt the creature rise and look even taller. Kill the... Phew. Namu groaned as it collapsed. The large burning hole in its head smoked from the full charge round that punched through its head. Everyone had their eyes widened in shock at what just happened. Did one of the clones shoot at him? Hisashi asked in disbelief. Trust me. That is the least of your concerns right now. Kuma scoffed, having finished one chapter and going to the next one. What? That's impossible. Namu was made to take on All Might, and he's taken out from across the map. I call hacks, aimbot, whatever. Looks like you've bitten off more than you can chew, dickhead idiot. Now surrender, or that next shot goes through you. Izuku growled while prepping one for all again. Aizawa had already ordered the students to go up the stairs and found himself next to Midoriya. Midoriya, leave this to me, he said, but Izuku shook his head. All due respect, sir, I got range, he said while pulling out his pistol. The man started to rage and scratch his neck compulsively, growling at everything. Then something else growled. Everything went still and everybody stared as the creature stood up, the hole in its head slowly regenerating until it was left exactly as before. Oh great, the high-speed regeneration is kicking in, Ijiro complained, having known on the multiple quirks the monster had. This bites, Hanta groaned. The man began to laugh. I can't believe I forgot about that. That's impossible. The strength that he has, the sheer durability, and now regeneration. Hasha, like I said, Namu was made to take out All Might. He's the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace. Shock absorption, high-speed regeneration, super strengths and speed. He's exactly what we need. Izuku gulped, If this guy was serious, then that means that they really did need help. Hopefully, now that Kurogiri was here, the others managed to get Tenya out for reinforcements. Get them, Namu. Faster than the blink of an eye, Namu struck. Aizawa screamed as he was slammed into the stairs, the creature having been too fast for him to react. The dust settled, and he was unconscious, bleeding horrendously from his body. Sensei. Pulling out his pistols, he fired them at max power. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air as he assaulted the Namu with relentless blasts. Soon enough, however. Click, click. Damn it. The higher settings punch through him like paper. But it wastes the battery. We'll work on something to expand the battery, Fordo assured, frowning in anger at what that monster was capable of. The Namu moved before he could even think. He raised his arms and just barely missed getting a fist to the chest. The impact itself was brutal, and he was also sent flying into the stairs. As the dust cleared, Izuku's body was broken. His arms were shattered, and he'd broken multiple ribs from the impact, and his leg was destroyed from the earlier jump. Damn it, I couldn't do anything. Willing himself to stay conscious, Izuku knew that he had to stand up, had to do something. He could not let his friends die. I have to rise. Everyone was tense, which only Django, Fordo, and few of the pro-heroes remained prepared for what was going to happen. Brothers, help me. Boom. Heat and smoke waved over him, and Izuku stared at the Namu's new position, just in front of the ringleader who'd been knocked on his ass by the shockwave of the explosion. Think it's gonna be that easy, handjob? Think again. Django cried out as he landed on the ground, pistols at the ready. Another mini-boss? Or just a mob? No matter. Let's just clear this level and go home. Django cracked his neck. Truth be told, he was afraid, not for himself, but for his brother, his friends. All Might? But like All Might said, whenever you're afraid, smile to trick the fear inside you. Well, he was wearing a helmet, but it was the thought that counted. Izuku stared, breathing heavily. Django, good luck. They were all going to need it. With that, the screen blackened, but left with everyone tense with what was going to happen. If Django was going to fight alone, everyone hoped that he survived. Kuma clapped his hands, which everyone turned to him. Everyone, I forgot. This story has an Amek added, and we will see the second chapter of Darth Kaifu. Everyone grimaced at the thought of watching the dark version of Izuku, himself included. Is it okay if the kids left? Tomoko asked. Oh, don't worry. The second chapter doesn't have much violence, Kuma replied. Although, I think the last part Eri has to leave or put to sleep. Everyone returned to their seats, and the screen returned. I'll make the sacred food. The day of the entrance exam, Izuku and Django felt confident that they could handle it. As it was, 77 still needed a bit more time, and they needed to practice more in working as a team. As it was, Inko took the opportunity to get to know 77. Knowing that Django had a different personality than Izuku, she expected for all of them to be different, and introduce him to her son's favorite food. I know that Izuku and Django love this stuff to death. But it can't be that good, right? At least have some variety, he thought as Inko set a plate in front of them. Traitor, Izuku and Django gasped in betrayal, while pointing at him. Hey, give me a rest. Wait and see it. Fordo defended himself. Is it really that good? Itsuka asked. Yes, Izuku and Django drooled at the thought of their favorite food. Everyone laughed at the sight of Izuku drooling. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, there won't be any ma'am here. I consider all you clones as my boys, Inko said before heading back to the kitchen. 77 smiled before grabbing one of the cutlets and taking a bite. His eyes widened. Needless to say, 77 didn't care much about variety anymore. One of us, Izuku and Django chanted, eager for his VOD joining them. All right, It was a short one but necessary. Kuma chuckled as everyone settled down. He sobered up quickly and then put up the screen. Now, let's watch the second chapter of Darth Kaifu. Darth Kaifu. Chapter 2. The First Year. 10 years ago. Tamura, I'd like for you to meet somebody. Consider him a rival of sorts. All for One's voice rose from the TV. Sensei? Tamura asked, confused. Kirigiri's portal then opened up again and his eyes widened as he saw the armored figure walk in, a creepy breathing noise coming out of him. This is Darth Kaifu, my apprentice. What? But Sensei, I thought that I was your apprentice. Tamura yelled as he tensed in front of the new figure. You are my successor, Tamura. There is a difference. But in the end, Darth Kaifu is here to help you grow. He will follow your orders, but also has goals of his own, so don't be surprised if he might have to take care of business of his own. What's the difference? Denki asked, still confused. A successor take what their masters made while still learning their ropes. Kuma explained, continuing on reading the data pad. While the apprentice, the master would continue training in their arts, but at the end, it is up to the apprentice to follow his destiny or not. It will do for now. Nezu hummed. Shigaraki gulped, but assuaged by Sensei's words, was able to mostly keep his calm. Darth Kaifu, make yourself at home, and please, assist Tamura's growth. Sensei finished. Yes, master, Kaifu stated, but remained standing. Observing Shigaraki, that much he could tell, but what thoughts lay behind the mask were imperceivable. Very well then, Shigaraki Tamura. What is it you desire at this moment? Tamura palmed the wound that he'd been given earlier by Stain, still infuriated by the other man. I want to cause some chaos, and I want to kill Stain. Kaifu remained still, only his breathing piercing the silence. That can be arranged. This is what happened in Hasu. Tensei said, totally worried of what was going to happen as he knew Tenya had gotten in contact with Stain after his fight. He had confessed his misgiven path before returning because of Izuku. Ida was a fool. He'd been stopped from going to Hasu the first time. But this time he'd finally been approved and only managed to get himself killed. Well, about to be killed. I'm sorry, Tensei. You will be a sacrifice for a more just society. Stain said as he thrust downwards. Ida closed his eyes, but hesitantly opened them once he realized that nothing had happened. Looking upwards, he saw that Stain was grunting in exertion, and that the tip of the sword was only a few centimeters from his face. The Deku squad and few others sighed in relief. Tenya could say that he had done the wrong thing to chase Stain after his brother's injury. Maybe that is why he shouldn't have let his emotions control him. Embrace your emotions, not let them control you. A look of realization took place in Tenya's mind. I see. That is what All Might said in the previous chapter. You can feel emotions, but at the same, you can't have them control you, which would cloud your judgment. It seems that I still have many things to learn. So why? Who? Then they heard the breathing. Turning to the side, they both saw the dark figure appear from the shadows, his very visage striking fear into Ida's heart. Another villain? Who are you? Stain growled out, unable to move, more than likely due to this interloper. His very body was paralyzed, but unlike his quirk that merely left the victim like a stringless marionette, this felt like an unseeable force, holding him in place. Darth Kaifu merely stared. He was hunting the hero killer by detecting the fear around him. Granted, there was much, but he was looking for spikes of fear in desolate areas. Never would he have expected to have found Ingenium's little brother to be capable of so much rage and hatred as well. Although, it was understandable. Ochako's friend. Interesting. He has some goodness inside of him. Maybe they can save him. Hanta pointed out, which everyone noticed the care this version of Izuku had for Ochako and Tenya. Kuma sighed. Well, they could. Only that the previous chapter was 10 years in the future, so the last shard of goodness inside of him might have died or so. Everyone was dejected again, but hoped that their version can save him. I was under the assumption that the hero killer would not strike down a child. This child is already infected, choosing to put his own selfish desires above the principles of a true hero. There is no saving him. Stain snapped before he was suddenly thrust away by the unseen force. Perhaps so, but I have my own reasons to keep him alive. As it is, I am here for one reason only, hero killer. Oh, Stain said as he readied his blade. And what would that be? Kaifu merely tilted his head, the movement slightly hidden by the helmet he wore. My original purpose was to destroy you, but now my curiosity has been piqued. Stain raised his eyebrow in confusion. Everyone else was on the same. How so? You speak of true heroes. What defines one? A true hero serves selflessly, demanding no compensation, who focuses on the lives of others and is willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Today's fakes are full of greed, selfishness, arrogance, and more. They must be purged. I must take back the title of hero. Stain spieled fanatically, glad that someone was listening to his words. But without money, heroes wouldn't be able to afford their food and housing if that was the case. While yes, that is what heroes should be, they are simple humans. That is the flaw. Kuma explained. I guess heroes nowadays think that the career is being celebrities, but I think that it makes us blind on what heroism really is. Izuku hummed, writing that down. Yes, there was a discussion among our peers that what would happen to the students if they ever graduated and encountered with Stain. Kuma said. Out of the two classes, the students who would have been visited and killed were Mainta, Bakugo, Monoma, Kamakiri, and maybe Todoroki. The mentioned people were shocked. Minoru looked about to pass out in terror. Katsuki grunted, knowing why. Nito was shocked that the hero killer would chase him. And Toguru grinned in eagerness. Shoto didn't know how to expect that. Why is that? Kuma, Izuku asked. Kuma shrugged. If Mainta-kun continued being a hero out of his perverted fantasies, Stain wouldn't consider that heroism. Bakugo-kun is a jealous individual that would hurt others only to satisfy his needs to become number one. Monoma-kun is a narcissistic that always act better, while I don't think that is, but you can't be for sure. Toguru is eager to wield his blades, and he has a head first, plan later mentality. So yeah, as for Todoroki-kun, well, you everyone remember how he was before the sports festival. Most students and few teachers nodded. Well, his asinine vow to only use his mother's quirk would end up killing a lot of people, which could have been saved if he used both. Kuma intoned, slowly turning to Inji. Which would have worked out if someone gave him a normal childhood, he said frigidly. He returned to his data pad. Anyways, that is the most common people we used to discuss. Let's continue, shall we? And are there any who fit under these ideals of yours? Yes, Stain whispered, breathing heavily. The only one worthy to kill me, the only true hero, All Might. Silence reigned in the alley as Ida could only stare at this lunatic in horror. Darth Kaifu remained pensive. All Might. The true hero, hissed, Master. He betrayed me. No, All Might failed him. There was a difference. He moved on so easily, a new successor, a new ninth. But Midoriya Izuku was the one who so foolishly gave it away to the 10th. And what about Ochako? What about her? Aren't we doing this for her? I am doing this for. What are we doing this for? Didn't we want to go back? Go back? To what? To more disappointment and failure, to mocking and scorn, to being back to useless Deku. But enough. So it's like inside his head. There is a Midoriya Izuku trying to turn him back. Shino mused. Yes. Kuma answered. Darth Kaifu grimaced as he ruthlessly pushed down the remnant and focused. He had a purpose now. Goals of his own. He remembers Sensei saying. What was his goal now? Darth Kaifu asked himself, and as he thought about it, he received an epiphany. This world was broken, and it was because of the false heroes, this society that put them on pedestals, that paid attention to flashy and strong quirks, and the caustic personalities that came with them. This world was full of fakes, monsters that did not deserve to be heroes, and he would destroy them all. I agree, he finally replied. And now he has a purpose. Izuku droned in dread. Everyone didn't know how to react to that. Stain grinned, but gasped in shock as his body was suddenly shocked into place, unable to move. His blades came out of their pockets, and in a snap were piercing him all over. But, you agree, why? Stain choked out, blood flowing past his lips. Do not worry, Stain. I will continue your mission. You are correct. This world is full of false heroes, and I will destroy them all. I will recreate a new world where only true heroes are allowed to live. Darth Kaifu said as he released his grip on Stain. A pity. If I had not been ordered to destroy you, perhaps we could have become allies. Rest now, Stain. Die, knowing that soon your work will be complete. Stain could only shudder and gargle before his eyes turned blank, and he breathed his last. Everyone couldn't believe at what happened. Izuku, or rather Darth Kaifu, killed Stain, and it made him easier. Darth Kaifu remained still for a moment, blood pooling past his boots. What have you done? I have done what was necessary. Why you killed him? He heard from behind and saw Ida still on the ground. You should consider yourself fortunate. Had I not arrived, your blood would be staining this concrete instead of his. But why? Why save me? Ida begged to know. You are merely a child, overcome by your emotions. You still have potential. It would be a shame to squander it. Besides, I suppose that I do owe you a debt as her friend. Would it be only that? Ochako thought sadly. Darth Kaifu then turned back, continuing down the alley. Wait, who are you? He paused. I am Darth Kaifu. He walked forward a few steps later, before stopping once more. Deliver this message to All Might. Inform him that his legacy approaches. And he left, heedless to Ida's calls for him to come back and explain himself. Tenya sighed quietly, crossing his arms. He knew that there wasn't a chance that he would survive fighting against Stain, and once again, he was saved by Midoriya despite that he wasn't on their side. I don't know if it was a multiverse thing, but I owe him my life for what he has done. Villain or hero, he will somehow save me from danger and put me straight to the path I should run. Is this your desire, my friend? All for One asked as he subtly began to manipulate things. Yes, Master. I will tear down this world of false heroes and destroy them all until only the true ones are left. And when I return to All Might, a metaphorical snap, as he lies there broken and defeated, I will show him what he caused by abandoning me. I will show them all. Kaifu breathed heavily as his rage began to simmer. I will show him how I became the hero this world needed, by being the villain it deserves. All for One smiled, as he looked at the bowed form of his nemesis' old apprentice. It is good to see that you have discovered a purpose for yourself, my friend. Kaifu tensed, a certain satisfaction emanating from him. Toshinori sighed in defeat. To think that my version couldn't have saved him during the attack. It's not your fault, Toshi. Nana assured him. Remember, you're only human. You can't possibly be everywhere at the same time. If that was the case. Quit sobbing, Toshinori. Sorahiko grunted. Just be glad that this version of your successor is safe and sound. Don't mop around what it couldn't happen. All for One would have done something atrocious in any case. Toshinori sighed again, feeling helpless. You do realize that this will put you at odds with Tamura? No. Kaifu paused, considering what to say before replying. What better way for the sword to sharpen than with the grindstone? If Tamura's goals and mine oppose each other, then it is only better for his personal growth. That is, after all, what you commanded me, master. All for one chuckled. Such a sharp mind. To think, if only he had found the boy a bit sooner, perhaps even right after All Might had broken his heart the first time, he'd have an even better successor. Well, as the old saying goes, don't put your eggs all in one basket. Very good, my friend. Very good. So, All for One would have chosen Midoriya if that was the case, Nezu said, tapping slowly his teacup. Something the teachers of UA learnt from their superior is that making Nezu mad tends him to tap his utensils in a slow manner. What would have happened to Tamura? Ken asked, worried and expecting the answer. Forgotten in the streets. Kuma intoned darkly as Nana was more saddened than ever. All for One considered the many plans that he had in motion, and a certain expo came to mind. If I could ask a favor of you, my friend? What is thy bidding, my master? I have a mission for you, to assist a colleague of mine. I wonder who the colleague Darth Kaifu is going to help. Mina wondered in dread. Knowing the asshole, it could be anybody? Katsuki growled. As for everyone, nobody could answer it. David and Melissa, on the other hand, knew what he meant by expo. And that's all you know. Yes, detective, that's everything, Ida said before he was dismissed. That he was already in a world of trouble, but fortunately, they could keep things on the down low. As it was, hopefully, this experience would teach him far better than any punishment could. This is troubling, a new villain on the rise, one that easily disposed of another that was already difficult for us to deal with while at the same time continuing his mission. Nezu pondered aloud as he drank his tea. More than that, he's after you, Toshinori, Gran Torino said with a grimace as he stared at his old friend. The last few months had not been kind to Toshinori, who constantly felt guilt at the death of his first successor. Any idea who it could be, All Might? Mirio asked. He too hadn't been well lately, but he was managing things a bit better. I'm afraid not. This Darth Kaifu may be anyone from a countless number of villains that I've faced in the past. He could be one I've defeated and changed his name, or a relative of one, walking in their footsteps. He could be associated with the League of Villains as well. Then why kill him? That new video that came out spouting off of how Stain's ideology and his connection to the League are all over the dark web. A new player then. Perhaps, Nezu said as he finished his cup. But what concerns me more is his message to you. Yes, that my legacy approaches. Do you think he knows about One for All? Could he be connected to All for One? We can only speculate at this moment, unfortunately. We must wait until we hear more from this Darth Kaifu character. Nezu replied. Hopefully, something soon. And it will be, Toshinori grimaced. Sometime later. Kaifu paid no mind to the whispers of the criminals around him. He was long used to the breathing apparatus that kept him alive. They were approaching Island, and while their goal was to grab the support item and potentially David's shield, his was another. Samuel had been so kind as to provide a list of experimental technology at Kaifu's request. Samuel, David sighed sadly. To think that his closest friend had betrayed him and endangered everyone from Island. Melissa was on the same. Toshinori placed a hand on his shoulder in reassurance, giving him a small but firm nod to him. Right now, he required something to assist him, not only for intimidation, but for blocking attacks, and to be less reliant on the quirks that Sensei had given him. And he'd found something interesting. But while the crew either remained with the now captured crowd, or were heading up the tower, Darth Kaifu preferred to remain in the shadows. Pathetic, he thought as he saw the great All Might, bound by his morals. They climbed the tower, and he patiently waited for Wolfram to do his work. Unfortunately for them, however, it seemed that some of the guests had not been restrained in the first place and were now on their way here. Deep within him, he could feel something tugging at his core. What's wrong? I sense something. A presence I've not felt since. Stop right there. Ah, one for all. And that meant the 10th, he thought with disdain. The usurper. I didn't really take his place, did I? Mirio asked sadly. No, Mirio, you did not. He is only thinking that way because of what happened to him. Tamaki pointed out. Maybe that version of Midoriya thought that you could do it right. But after what happened, his dark version began to think that maybe you weren't worthy. Don't let it bummer you. That's not like you, Nejiro said. Mirio nodded as he continued watching the show on how his other version would deal with Izuku. Kyofu, stop them, Wolfram ordered. It irritated him for this fool to believe that he could order him around, but it suited his current needs. White lightning surged around the boy as he leaped forward, while Kyofu merely raised his hand. Ack, I can't move. I'm stuck in the air like this, Mirio thought in panic. Although now at least he could get a good look at the guy. Darth Kyofu really was intimidating, looking like some kind of dark phantom samurai. The horns that Ida reported, however, weren't actual horns, merely accessories to his helmet. He was right about the creepy breathing though. I mean, is that really necessary? Yes, everyone agreed, but Iri and Koda were out of loop since they didn't know how this Darth Kyofu came to be. Not even Mirio or Shino explained to them what happened to him. I think it best that you stay put. Lemillion. Samuel, open it. Technology's unstable. It's worthless otherwise. Perhaps so to you, Mr. Samuel. But I find that for many things that are deemed useless, there is more to them than meets the eye. Kyofu replied as he reached for the metallic pieces and put them into a special satchel on his belt. Lemillion desperately tried to move, but even with one for all he couldn't move an inch. What kind of quirk did this guy have? The Kyofu reached for the last piece, a crystal that glowed a brilliant blue. Stop. That crystal is super dangerous. The side effects it has on people that interact with it are the reason it was locked up in the first place. Melissa cried out, unwilling to see such destruction occur, even to a villain. I wonder what type of crystal is that? May asked with curiosity. If my version of that is showing that much fear, it must be something dangerous. Melissa hummed, taking notes on the crystal's effect. Your concern is noted, Shield. But I assure you that I am much stronger than those before me. Kyofu reached for the crystal, and the world exploded around him. The entire group was knocked down, Lemillion grunting as he fell to the ground. They all looked and saw the crystal glowing a brilliant blue, Kyofu's hand around it, but not touching it. Instead, it floated in between his palm and fingers. The light bathed Kyofu, and the wind ruffled his cape as power surged from the crystal. Kyofu was paralyzed, fighting whatever force was emitting from the crystal and unaware of the world around him. The forces were so strong that one of the lenses to his mask broke. Had Lemillion been able to get close, he would have seen a familiar green, the eye vacant, staring at something far away. What have I done? What's happened? Did young Midoriya really return? Toshinori asked with a growing hope. Everyone was looking hopeful that Darth Kyofu reverted to the old Midoriya. While still wearing the armor, they could see that he had returned, but those that were smarter knew better. Something was amiss, and they would find out. He approached All for One, the latter smiling in his chair. My apprentice, you have returned. Were you successful in your quest? He asked. I was, he replied. Show me. I would see your blade. He raised his blade and ignited it, brilliant blue lighting up the entire room. All for One's smile fell. recognizing the truth even without his vision. Ah, so you have made your decision. I have. So be it, my friend. And the two fought, quirks utterly tearing apart the compound. You have chosen weakness. So be it. More quirks came after him as he leaped and dodged out of the way. Such a waste. You could have become so powerful under the darkness, Darth Kaifu. Finally, an opening, and with a deadly slash, All for One was cut down. My name is Izuku. So, this is the end of All for One. Toshinori breathed as he watched his successor slay his nemesis. Everyone cheered that the light returned. Izuku ended the reign of terror of All for One. Nezu, on the other hand, frowned as he was trying to piece the information. Something is amiss. He mumbled under his breath with the others that unknowingly agreed with him. Izuku approached Yue, the heroes soon coming out to meet him. All Might was the first to confront him, wary and ready to face him. Toshinori. Izuku whispered as he took off the helmet and fell to his knees. Toshinori's eyes widened in surprise before tears began to fall from his eyes, and he fell as well, hugging him as tears trailed down both their cheeks. Please, Izuku begged. Don't worry, my boy. I am here. The other teachers began to surround him, confused but confident in All Might's decision. Izuku saw other students begin to walk out. Ochako leaped into his arms and kissed him deeply, even with his horribly scarred face. Ida thanked him for saving his life and wished to become his friend. And finally, Kaken, who looked at him with such happiness, and now everyone who knew Katsuki gasped at such image. Katsuki would never show that much happiness. The only thing he could get like that is when he wins. But this time, everyone knew that Bakugo Katsuki wasn't real. Katsuki could simply sigh in sadness, knowing that he wouldn't show much happiness for Izuku. He knew that. No. Darth Kaifu's eyes snapped open, their color returning to horrendous yellow. That was your mistake, to try and use him. The crystal pulsed once more, trying to drag him back into the hopeless fantasy, but Kaifu was having none of it. No. Kaifu declared, the power in his voice shaking everybody around them to their bones. He finally overpowered the pulsing crystal, covering it with his glove, the barest hint of light peeking through it. I refuse. He slammed the crystal against the wall, where its light started to fade. This is all there is. The crystal's light began to bleed red, and the horrified audience could feel the malignance in the air, as if the very crystal was alive and currently being poisoned by darkness. Finally, the blue light died, and when Kaifu opened his hand, all that was left was a red crystal, fully under his control. Everyone gasped at the way Darth Kaifu killed and corrupted the crystal's light energy, turning into a nefarious and dark colors. Izuku and Melissa closed their eyes, saddened at the death of a crystal. What have you done? Melissa asked, horrified by the spectacle she saw. She had theorized that while they weren't sentient, the crystals were in a sense alive. Not too strange nowadays thanks to the world of quirks they lived in. But either way, they could emit emotions, bring peace, and more. And she practically watched this villain murder one for his selfish desires. I have done what was necessary. Kaifu panted, his breathing apparatus more labored under the extra strain. He forced himself to center his breathing. The crystal had used a dirty trick, but he still managed to conquer it. Pocketing his newfound prize, he turned to her, intrigued at her intelligence. Smash! He was still unprepared for the blow given by Lemillion, the direct strike to his chest crushing his control board. Ah! Kaifu crashed against the metal wall, his body denting it and falling to the ground in a heap. He wheezed, the machinery desperately trying to work against the damage just caused by it. Wolfram took advantage of the chaos and shot Samuel before taking David's shield away and causing the entire room to collapse with his quirk. Great. Now this is something I expected. David sighed in exasperation. Damn it, Samuel. Villains will always take hostages to get away. It was not your fault. Toshinori reassured him. I know. A large piece of rubble fell between Lemillion and Melissa, both dodging out of the way as the room continued to fall. Finally, the dust settled, and metal groaned as it strained in new places, supporting the weight that it should not. Melissa, Melissa, are you there? Can you hear me? Melissa coughed, trying to get the dust out of her lungs. I'm here, she cried out. Hold on, I'll come get you. No, please, save my father. I'll be fine. I have plenty of air and it's stable. Are you sure? Yes, now go. All right, I'll be back for you soon, she heard before she coughed again as the dust continued to settle. Turning around and leaning against the wall, she slid down until she could sit properly. She sighed in relief. Well, at least she has enough air to survive, Suyu assured everyone. That's a relief, Ochako sighed in relief. Wait, Izuku frowned, watching the scene with his keen eyes. He definitely saw something. I think it's not stable. Everyone turned to him. It is not stable. Before whiplashing at the screen. How it was possible that it wasn't stable. Yeah, I can see that. Anand said, watching at the stability of the rubbles. I'm seeing the rubbles trembling slightly and Kyofu is holding them off. I see. I did see them shake somehow, but you are right. Shouta agreed. She gasped as she peered across to the other side of her prison, where the villain from before had his hand open, invisible waves coming off of it, visibly distorting his palm. What? It is not stable. He wheezed out as the machinery continued to fail. You're holding it up. Wheeze. Yes, but only for so long. What's happening to you? She said as she hesitantly crawled forward. Damage, breathing, apparatus. He rasped, his eye glowing an eerie yellow, flaring up as he used his power to keep them from being crushed. So, he's hurt and has to hold the rubbles or else they will die. Tenya grimaced. They won't survive this much with that damaged breathing apparatus. Yosu pointed out in dread. And now, my version has to make a choice. Melissa winced, knowing what her other version was about to do. Melissa gulped. From here, she had one of two options. One, she could wait and hope for the best, that he would last long enough for them to be rescued. Or two. She approached him while opening up her purse that, miraculously, managed to stay with her. Grabbing some tools, she got closer, his exposed eye looking at her warily. Look, I don't like this as much as you do. But right now you're the only thing keeping us alive. So I'm gonna fix you. Oh, I'm gonna regret this so much. I'm starting to, Melissa groaned with David patting her back. He stared at her distrustfully, but realizing the severity of the situation, closed his eye in acceptance. Nodding to herself and exhaling in apprehension, she approached his chest and turned on a flashlight. The thing soon unwound into a headlamp that she put on her head, and she unfurled the rest of her tools. Impressive, he commented as she began to work. Thanks I guess. Made them myself. You have talent. No offense. But why is a villain complimenting me? She asked as she started to rewire and make the best repairs that she could. Why is a civilian saving my life? He riposted. Well, believe it or not. And I can't believe I'm saying this to a villain. I wanted to be a hero when I was younger. And I believe that means solving everybody you can, regardless of who they are. That's partly why I went the support tech route. She muttered at the beginning. You would have made a fine heroine, he whispered. HMPH, that's what you think. But well, there's no use in heroics for somebody that's quirkless. Kyofu's eye widened in surprise. Ah, that shut you up, huh? Must be grating having the quirkless girl fixie. You'd be a fine hero regardless. Kyofu interrupted. She stared at him in pure shock, so much so that she stopped working. Melissa also gaped in surprise and shock. To think that, even if Midoriya had turned to the dark side, he still viewed people as possibilities to become heroes. Even now, she could feel and know that there will be people who will support her, regardless she had or not a quirk. What? Quirks. They don't matter. They don't decide whether or not someone is a hero. Anyone can become a hero. It depends on themselves. Kaifu slowly said. Melissa swallowed thickly, a knot in her throat as she felt something that she hadn't felt in years. Her old dream. She stared at him in surprise, and she could have sworn that for a moment his yellow eye turned green. Must have been a trick of the light. Even being a villain, young Midoriya can see the positive things on people. Toshinori proudly sighed. He is what people should be. Sorahiko grunted with a grin. I don't think it was just the light. Hitoshi chuckled in sympathy. Always the good hero, huh? Izuku could simply blush in embarrassment, while Django and Fordo laughed with their VOD. She blinked back her tears and focused back on her work, already making good progress, judging by the easier breathing. You know, whoever designed this suit of yours really did a hack job. I can already think up of a dozen different ways to improve efficiency. Hee. Awkward silence for the win. So, if you don't mind me asking, what's a guy like you doing as a villain then? Kaifu remained silent. Sorry, that was insensitive. You don't have to answer that, she said as she got back to the world. I was abandoned and betrayed. And now, this is all I have left. Toshinori, Katsuki, Mirio, and Ochako winced. They knew that their other version could have done better. Izuku turning into Darth Kaifu is something that their own version were blamed to, and they couldn't say otherwise. Melissa shivered. There was something behind those words that sent a chill down her spine. Obviously, there was something bigger at hand, but for somebody to say this, well, she could tell that a part of him didn't want to be here. Again, it looks like his eye turned green. Does it have to do with his quirk? Or is it just the dust in my eye? Can't you just stop? You don't know the power of the dark side. I must obey my master. Izuku said as he closed his eye once more. Besides, I must complete my mission. What mission? 'Cause you already got that crystal intact. That is merely an addition. I desire the restoration of Hero Society. What do you mean by that? Melissa asked, almost done with her repairs. This society is corrupted, where the weak and powerless are tossed aside, while those who are lauded as heroes are practically villains with licenses. I aim to change that, and restore what it means to be a true hero. Melissa gulped. While the villain sounded like one of those cartoony monologue guys, she could feel the pure conviction coming off him. Lofty goal. Sorry, what's your name again? I am Darth Kaifu. Right, villain name, Melissa Shield. A pleasure, Miss Shield. Even as a villain, he has more manners than the others. Momo snickered, looking on the bright side of the situation. Well, every villain we had met are unhinged at certain point. Kyoka snarked. Somewhere, the League of Villains suddenly felt like they were being dissed at, and they didn't know why. Can't believe I'm saying this, but me too? She questioned herself before leaning back and checking her work. All right, I'm done with the breathing apparatus. Just one more thing. This suit. It's supposed to be pressurized, right? Correct. Is this suit keeping you alive? It is. Melissa gulped. I'm sorry that you have to live like this. Compassion for a villain. Shield? What would your father think? Well, considering how he hired you all to come here, I honestly don't care right now. Oh, I'm gonna give him the 3rd degree once we're out of here. But anyway, here, she said as she grabbed a metal piece from her purse and welded it in front of his eye socket. A rudimentary fix, but it served its purpose. I'm still preparing for those. Dad, don't you forget that, Melissa said, giving her father a side look which David could admit that she had the same look as her mother when David did something stupid. Yes, Melissa, David sighed in defeat. Toshinori could only pat him on the back, wishing him luck. PSSHHHHH1. Who care? Finished, she said as she sat back from him and put her tools away. Kaifu breathed fully for a few seconds before nodding at her. It seems that I owe you a debt, Miss Shield. Get us out of here, and I'll consider it paid, she replied. Kaifu's power then surged, and the entire metal cocoon that surrounded them was lifted off and thrown to the side. Kaifu expanded his senses. One for all's horrible light brushed against him, and he fought to keep his fury quelled. It seems as if the fighting is over. All Might and Lemillion have won. Come, I will escort you to see your family, Kaifu said as he began to walk towards the top of the building. Thanks, Melissa said as she began to follow. At least your other version is quite the gentleman, Ochako said, giggling weakly. Yeah, Izuku frowned at that. But I feel like it won't end well. After a few minutes, they finally made it to the top of the tower, where Wolfram had been defeated. Melissa ran forward once she saw her father excitedly crying out for him. Daddy. Melissa. She ran forward, but about halfway there she stopped. Or rather, she was stopped. She suddenly began to go backward, her feet slightly dragging against the steel before she was lifted off and rapidly floated to where Kaifu was, his hand stretched out. Melissa. Shield. No. What the hell? Why? She asked as she turned her head to look at who she thought was a good man. But now she could only see him as a villain. I trusted you. I fixed you. And this is how you pay me back. Lying to me like the villain you are? Melissa said with tears in her eyes. Melissa, what do you mean that you fixed him? All Might asked, fury in every inch of his expression as he stared down Kaifu. Kaifu almost flinched, but he knew a bluff when he saw it. Your daughter saved my life. As such, I owe her a debt. He was keeping the rubble off of us. I'm sorry. I had no choice. Melissa whimpered out, helplessly floating in the air. Not that I can blame you, Melissa. David sighed weakly. Still, Melissa hedged. It's going to be all right, Melissa. Surrender, villain. Your allies have been defeated. Let Melissa go, and you'll be treated feral. Die. Kaboom. Oh, great. Can't you see that the Kaifu has a hostage? Or are you that blind to notice that one wrong move and she would have been killed? Kyoka groaned. Shut it, ears. If I'm right, my version thought that taking him out quickly before he escaped could have saved the damn hostage, Katsuki defended. Although, shouting die will work at all, Shouta grumbled. You need to keep your mind steady and act when necessary. Do not provoke your opponent or attack them while they having a hostage close. Am I understood? Yes, sensei. Young Bakugo, no. Bakugo, stop. Shut up. I'm gonna kill this Vil Herc. Bakugo gasped in shock as he was lifted in the air by the throat with an invisible hand. He desperately tried clutching at it, but there was nothing to grab. How utterly pathetic. They all heard as the smoke cleared, revealing Kyofu and even Melissa, who was closer to the villain, completely unharmed. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock as he continued to choke from lack of air and fury. How easy it would be to crush your throat and simply toss you like the useless trash you are. Bakugo continued to choke, helpless to do anything, his face turning blue, his eyes rolling to the back of his head. Stop it. His heart stopped. Turning to the side, he saw her. Even through this red lens, she is still as beautiful as the day I lost her, Kyofu thought as his grip on Bakugo's throat was released. Despite the moment, I can only say, Awa, that was cute. Mina cooed, making Izuku and Ochako blush in embarrassment while the others laughed. Bakugo gasped and coughed, while his body still floated in the air. You would have me spare this arrogant child, Uraraka Ochako. She flinched. and he ignored the slight tug inside of him from seeing her react to him like that. How do you know my name? I know everything about your class. My master has instructed me to know everything about my potential adversaries. Your master? All Might bit out, but immediately regretted it as everyone's attention turned to him. Perplexing. It seems as though my calculations were off. His time nears its end. But he still has enough to be like this. You know very well who I speak of. Eighth. All Might ground his teeth, but still couldn't do anything. Not while he had Melissa. Ignoring that, let him go. Ochako ordered him, and he couldn't help but seethe in anger. And why should I? I know very well his type, arrogant to a fault, believing that he deserves everything merely for the power he wields. He is cruel, callous, a villain in the making. Why should I spare him? Why do you try to save him? Be honest. Kyofu demanded, and Ochako gulped. There are multiverses that Midoriya Izuku stops caring for Bakugo Katsuki and ends up killing him. Kuma stated, shocking everyone. Just because he has the heart of a hero doesn't mean when that limit breaks. But I wouldn't do that, Izuku retorted. Yeah, Kuma scoffed, not even turning his eyes toward him. Tell that to the Green Devil. I admit, I don't like him one bit. Sometimes I even hate him. But as a hero, I have to save everybody I can, regardless of my personal feelings for him, she said with conviction, staring him down. Kyofu chuckled. It was a haunting, stuttering laugh that somehow made it through his vocoder, and it creeped everyone there. Well, how interesting. I find myself meeting two true heroes today. Slam. Bakugo went limp as he was knocked unconscious, the other students flinching at the sound. Ochako merely stood her ground. Now let her go, too. I think not. She is far too useful to me. You bastard. You said you'd escort me to see my father again. Melissa cried out as she struggled against his telepathic hold. And you are. Have I lied? Kyofu retorted, some amusement leaking into his tone. With his hand free, he pressed a button on his belt. I saved your life. And for that, I am most grateful, Shield. Do not worry. I merely require your services. After all, one with your technical expertise will surely be most helpful to me. Melissa's eyes widened as she recalled her earlier words about how she could fix up his suit. I'm so stupid, she thought as tears began to fall. Maybe next time, don't tell people with tech on them to fix it. Although, Kuma snorted as he waved his hand toward the shields. It's hard to do that when you are known to be famous inventors. David and Melissa winced at that. Melissa. Shield. Let her go. A black portal opened up behind him, and when Lemillion and All Might tried to move, he stopped them as well as the other students. The strain was absolutely enormous, especially after everything he'd just gone through. But he only needed a few moments more. Do not worry. You will see each other again. Daddy, Uncle Might. Melissa, stop it. No, stop it. Let her go, villain. I will find you, Melissa. I promise you. She disappeared behind the portal first, Darth Kyofu turning his back to them, much to their anger. I will find you, Darth Kyofu. You and your master, All Might roared. Kyofu paused before slightly turning his head, something akin to regret and disappointment swelling deep inside him before darkness ruthlessly crushed it. I look forward to it. Melissa panted in fear as she took in the large room she was in, full of machinery and screens. Some things she recognized, some she didn't. Oh! She gasped as she felt a horrible presence behind her. The aura of fear that she was feeling so thick that she couldn't even move. She noticed Kyofu arrive and, seeing her paralyzed, grabbed her by the shoulder, spun her, and forced her to her knees. Her head bowed in submission as she fell to her forearms as well, unable to even lift her head. That is quite the intimation-killing intent, Shinya commented. He's a 2-century-old villain. I doubt that if he wanted to be feared, he needed to strengthen his image. Tsunagu hummed while brushing his hair. She idly noticed Kaifu take a knee and bow his own head. Was this Kaifu's master? This absolutely terrifying monster? My apprentice, you have returned. A smooth, haunting voice called from the darkness, one that was sure to be in her nightmares from now on. Yes, master. Have you succeeded in your mission? I have. All the pieces that I need for my personal project. And the girl? A hostage I needed to use to escape. The 8th and 10th were both there. I needed leverage so that I could escape, especially since the 10th caused damage to me. She has proved herself most useful to me, providing the repairs I needed under threat of her own life. Not exactly how that happened, you asked, Melissa thought, but kept her mouth shut. Sorry, Midoriya, I didn't mean it like that. Melissa apologized him. It's okay, Melissa. I doubt that my other version would be offended by that, Izuku said. I see. And what do you intend to do to her? Her very relationship with All Might makes her dangerous. I only plan to use her for her expertise, and then I plan on releasing. What? Oh, why not just kill her and be done with it? Oh no. As you said, Master. Her relationship to All Might is too important. We cannot risk them finding us too soon, now that they know of my association with the League. Besides, I owe her a debt. All for One hummed, sensing nothing wrong with the various quirks he had on the fallen ninth. He decided to let Kaifu do as he pleased. After all, Tamura had his toys, why couldn't he? Very well, my apprentice. But I hope you realize that the responsibility of her care falls on you. Of course, Master. Thank you. Everyone sighed in relief. Mostly Toshinori and David. To think that their niece and daughter would be in danger only to be protected by Darth Kaifu. They didn't know if it was a blessing or not. Finally, mercifully, the dreadful aura disappeared, although Melissa still refused to look up. She felt Kaifu rise and stand next to her before a rustle of cloth caught her attention. Looking slightly up, she saw Kaifu's cape, slightly torn as it was, extended by his arm, covering her view of his master. Gulping, she got up to her feet, grateful that at least she wouldn't be able to see the absolute monster behind Kaifu. Walk, he commanded, and she obeyed. Once she turned around, he dropped the cape and put a hand on her shoulder, guiding her to where she would be imprisoned for who knows how long. Once they reached their destination, a door opened revealing a wide room, practically empty, except for a flat metal bed with the shape of a body scooped out of it, and a large glass tube with various machinery connected to it and filled with an odd liquid. So, what do you want from me, you bastard? She spat out in anger. Quite the temper you have, Miss Shield. Is that any way to show your gratitude to the man who just saved your life? He dryly retorted. It wouldn't have been in danger if you hadn't kidnapped me, and I saved you first. If I recall, I was the one who held up the rubble before you even realized I was there. I still pressurized your suit and fixed your breathing apparatus. Exactly. Huh? She asked a bit dumbly before recalling her earlier words. Oh no. I am a man of my word, Shield. But I do have my needs. Construct the items I request of you, and I shall set you free. So, he, in a sense, played her and got her work for him. Momo grimaced. Quite the nefarious mind he has. He has been one of the smartest students in our class. So, Kyoka shrugged. Revelry in the dark. Melissa tried to interject, but was cut off. Refuse, fail, or betray me, and I will not be able to protect you from my master. She quickly closed her mouth and stomped in frustration. Fine, what do you want? I require only a few things. The first, for you to reconstruct the weapon that I acquired. Stole. Acquired, from my island. Kaifu finished, uncaring of the interruption. I would say mostly that he, in a sense, killed the Kyber crystal before relinquishing it. Kuma said. Oh, it is called that? May asked curiously. In a way, he vaguely answered. Keep watching. Okay? And, as you mentioned before, a new suit. One that better suits my needs. And finally a meditation chamber. One that I can rest in without my suit. Melissa gulped again and took a deep breath before nodding. Okay, I can do that. But I'll need supplies, materials, etc. And where am I going to stay? What am I going to eat? Bathroom. All those can be arranged. Kaifu said as the black portal returned before manifesting itself into a mist-like man. How can I serve you, Lord Kaifu? Lord? Does this make him that guy's second in command? If so, why was he there at Island acting like he was under Wolfram's orders? Kurogiri, please provide me, shield all the things that she requires, and set up the room next door with all the amenities necessary. Yes, my lord. He disappeared once more, and they were left alone. I thank you very much for your cooperation. Screw you. Melissa sniffed. He did not say anything in return. After a few minutes, maybe half an hour at most of silence, well, except for the breathing, Kurogiri returned. It is ready. Good. Follow me, Miss Shield. Melissa merely trudged her feet forward and walked through the Inkai abyss. On the other side, she found herself in a simple room, fully furnished, with what appeared to be a door to a bathroom, but no door to anywhere else. She felt that her chances of escaping were getting slimmer by the second. Rest. You have been through quite the ordeal today. Yeah, thanks to you, she thought. But she was too tired to voice her complaints. Do what I ask of you, and will even provide you with stationery so that you can write to your father. Kurogiri will drop it off. But remember, fail me or betray me, and you will not live to suffer the consequences. He promised before leaving with Kurogiri. Alone and too tired to do anything, Melissa fell on the bed and wept. Suffice it to say, she didn't sleep very well that night. Not that anyone can blame her, Nimiri sighed. Yeah, Hisashi wholeheartedly agreed. Surprisingly enough, progress went by fast. As much as she hated her current situation, she decided that if Kaifu really was telling the truth, then she might as well get everything done as quickly and correctly as possible. The first thing she worked on was the weapon. It was an old design called a lightsaber, meant to protect from projectile quirks, but proved too dangerous for use due to the kyber crystal and their odd properties. The first thing she noticed as she worked on it was Kaifu observing her every step, every process, and every piece that was put together. She still shuddered whenever she had to touch the corrupted crystal. Finally, after a day of work, she could be very efficient. If she wanted to, she completed the blade and presented it to Kaifu. It was utterly terrifying to see the red blade ignite, illuminating the dark room that he tended to stay in. It was even more horrifying to see him take it apart with his telekinetic quirk and put it back together right on the first try. This was quite possibly one of the smartest villains she'd ever known. And possibly the strongest too. After all, he held back Uncle Might like it was nothing. She heard from the back of her mind. If only she knew. Multiple quirks on one hateful person can bring quite the motivation, Toshinori sighed sadly. We cannot blame you on that, 8th, and said. The second thing she noticed was the little reward system he used for her. After she completed the saber, he let her record a quick video for her father to show that she was all right. Quite honestly, in general, the whole hostage situation thing wasn't that bad, if she wasn't a hostage. But he let her take breaks and gave her plenty of time for food, rest, etc. Didn't put crazy deadlines or threatened any punishments. Well, except for the first one. How is it that a villain is a more supportive and understanding customer than some of the other customers we've worked with? She griped. Ugh, don't remind me. Melissa grimaced in disgust. They always ask something and later change the design on their own. What kind of stupidity are they doing? If only we knew the magnitude of human stupidity and pride. Kuma snorted, passing on to the next page. All in all, it could have been much worse. She could be stuck with his master after all. The suit was the second thing she finished. This actually took only about a week, and that was because he managed to get her blueprints, schematics, specifications, materials, etc. All she had to do was improve on the design and manufacture it. It was an inventor's paradise, although she did worry about the implications of a villain lair having technology on nearly the same level as Island. Once she completed the suit, he seemed to stare at it for a few seconds, as if contemplating something. Although she'd been tempted, she knew better than to try and sabotage the suit. For one, it didn't sit well with her to try and actually cause harm like that. And two, whenever the thought crossed her mind, he'd always appear as if he knew what she was thinking about. It was creepy, to say the least. When he came back, he gave her a burner phone and led her through a portal. They found themselves in an old town in America, where fortunately reception was as well. Call. I will let you know when to hang up. At least he is better than most villains. Nito snorted. Yeah, well, despite being a villain, Midoriya-san does have quite the gentle manners to uphold the deal. Jirota said. If that's saying something, Sen deadpanned. She shakily grabbed the burner phone, and Kaifu had the grace to turn down his breathing volume, a new feature added by her, and dialed a number that she knew by heart. Hello? Daddy? Sweetie, is that you? Why, yeah, it's me, Daddy. She sobbed as she clutched the phone tighter against her ear. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad I can hear your voice. Did you manage to escape? Where are you? Oh, I'll trace your call. I have Nezu right here and… Don't. What? I haven't escaped. Kaifu teleported us to some town in America and gave me a burner phone. He's right here next to me. If you put the trace or alert the heroes, he can just take me back as quickly. She sighed out in sorrow. She could hear her father begin to cry, knowing that he felt helpless. I'm so sorry, Mel. This is all my fault. I should never have gone with Samuel's plan. I'm so sorry. I know, Daddy. I forgive you. She sniffed. Are you all right? Has Kaifu hurt you? No, actually. Would you believe me if I said that he's actually a better client than some of our regulars when it comes to deadlines? She chuckled morosely. David sighed. At least, he is a better client, he joked ruefully. He hasn't hurt you at all. No, he hasn't. That's good. That's really good. She could hear him sigh in relief on the other end. How long is he going to keep you hostage? I've been doing projects for him. I'm sorry. He gave me no choice. But he says that once I finish this last project, he'll let me go. Sweetie, I don't think you can trust him. How can you know? I don't. But it's the only choice I have. She replied before her attention was caught by Kaifu whispering that she had a minute left. Daddy, I only have a minute left. I just want you to know that I really do forgive you for what happened, and that I love you. I love you and Uncle Might, and all our friends. I just need to finish this last project, and I'll be home soon. Oh, okay, sweetie. I'll see you soon. I love you. Bye, Daddy. Bye, sweetheart. The line died, and she let him take the phone, the thing being utterly crushed in his hand before he let the remains fall to the ground. Motioning to the portal that opened, she walked through, and he soon followed. 30 seconds later, heroes and police would find the crushed remains of the phone with no trace of them. He was smart enough to hold the conversation for long before getting caught. Nezu muttered. He is an intelligent student. We cannot be but glad that our version has a heroic heart. Ken added. I did not think that you would resort to such cruelty, my friend. All for One chuckled as he observed his apprentice. Master? Offering that brief hope of freedom, and then so easily taking it away. I found that she earned the reward, Master. And besides, It is as you once told me. Give the people what they desire, and they shall never turn against you. I have merely ensured her continuing loyalty. Kaifu replied, his master chuckling at the fond memories from almost 2 centuries ago. Indeed. Good work, my friend. Thank you, master. Tamura will need you for his next mission. All for One continued. He has refused to change his mind? Kaifu asked with slight contempt. He is stubborn, but remember, he is still learning. Besides, as long as you keep the boy alive, I honestly could care less what you do to him. Kaifu paused before a sadistic glee emanated from him. It is bad that I'm starting to feel pity for that guy, Denki asked weakly. No, dude. Just let him be. Hand aside. I see. Very well then. I will be off. By your leave, master. Go, my boy. Do tell me how it goes. Of course, master. It was enough to say that Kaifu did not like Muscular. The man was a brute, plain and simple, and if it were up to him, he'd have killed him and Moonfish from the beginning. Kota began shivering in fear when he saw Muscular once again. Shino held him close since they knew what would happen right now. As did the other members of the Wild Pussycats. I still don't understand what's inside Tamura-kun's head, Kuma huffed, getting everyone's attention. If they were planning on kidnapping Katsuki-kun, why would they add 2 serial killers in their group? Did he ever think of that? Nezu asked. No, I don't know. Tamura-kun's mind is full of killing All Might, the society, and serving All for One as his heir. Kuma shrugged. Oh yeah, and mostly video games. Trailing after Muscular, he made it just in time to stop his fist from crushing a boy. What the hell? Why can't I move? Shigaraki may have recruited you, but I will not tolerate the slaughter of children. Kaifu said with his hand raised. TCH, fine. Ruin my fun, will ya? Muscular relented as Kaifu let him go and turned to address the boy. Child. Bam. Kaifu's body impacted against the mountain, blindsided by the hit from Muscular. I'll just say that the heroes got him. Now, where were we? Muscular grinned as he approached the boy who could do nothing but shiver in fear as he remembered his parents. SHHRRMM. Ah-ha! Muscular could barely choke out, as a red blade pierced straight through his chest, the light reflecting off of the boy's eyes, as he could only stare in shock. The blade receded, and the man's body was suddenly flung away and off the cliff, the slight thud of his corpse hitting the ground below them making the boy flinch, as all he could do was stare at where his parents' killer was. Everyone didn't know how to react to that. Eri and Kota were blinded by their respective guardians, but Kota had barely watched on how Darth Kaifu killed his parents' killers. He didn't actually know how to feel about that. Eri, on the other hand, wasn't shy on the death of others. Since Overhaul always killed the babysitter he gives to her and fails to comply. But with what she had gathered enough, even with a brain of a kid, she knew how Darth Kaifu was indeed Izuku, her hero, and saved another kid from a villain despite being one. As I was saying, child, to whom do you belong? Kota could only stare at this villain in confusion, and more than a little awe. Heroes had been hunting down Muscular for almost a year and couldn't do anything. Yet here this villain was, having killed him in an instant. And saved him. Why? You ask why I saved you. Oh, he said that out loud. Indeed, child. As for your first question, I may be a villain, but I have my principles. I would not tolerate the slaughter of a child like yourself. Thank you, Kota managed to mumble out. Your thanks is unnecessary, but accepted. Now to my earlier question, to whom do you belong, child? I'm Mandalay's nephew, he whispered, now unsure of what to do, unsure of what this villain wanted. I see. That makes you the child of the water hose heroes, no? Kota flinched at the reminder, but nodded. They were killed by Muscular earlier this year, correct? Kota nodded. tears gathering at the corner of his eyes as he refused to look at the villain. "I'm sorry." "Huh?" he gasped out as he turned to look at the villain. Everybody else, whenever they heard about them, said that they died heroes. Why was this villain saying sorry? Few people were caught off guard at the apology of the villain. While most villains acted arrogantly and disinterested on the lives of others, Darth Kaifu has shown much empathy and humanity than most do. "You are but a child, young one." Oh, he said that out loud too. Really should fix that. Indeed. But as I said, you are but a child. You did not deserve to have your parents torn from you so cruelly. They were heroes, yes, perhaps even true heroes. But first and foremost, they were your parents. Kota, hearing the words that he needed to hear, broke down into sobs as he finally felt vindicated. Felt that he mattered. How ironic that it came from a villain. Kota, in the same, sobbed quietly, hearing one of his favorite heroes despite being a villain apologizing to him, while everyone else simply gave his parents praises for their sacrifices. Shino watched sadly on how her nephew cried, but didn't stop him as he was finally releasing the pressure of his parents' deaths. "Why aren't you a hero?" Kota managed to ask from his sobs. Kaifu paused and minutely shook his head. "That path is sealed to me, child. Come, I shall deliver you to your aunt." Kaifu led the boy through the forest, careful to avoid any fighting. They soon made it to the compound, where Kaifu instructed the boy to remain after prying the door open and helping him get inside. Vlad King was quick to find him, but was forced back by Kaifu, and then stayed behind after Kaifu warned him that although the boy was safe, his students were not. Kaifu then turned back and headed into the forest once more. He had a target to capture. Bakugo and Todoroki did not like each other one bit. They had a rivalry as big as US 0-pointers, as pointless as 1-2. They also, unfortunately, did not understand anything about teamwork, which is why Kaifu found them so easily and was able to separate them. He targeted Todoroki first, hoping that the son of Endeavor would prove to be a good challenge. He was sorely disappointed. All the boy did was send glacier after glacier. No change, no attempts at trickery, no special moves, just sheer brute force. No fire as well. Still salty of having daddy issues. Huh, can't blame him. Kuma snorted derisively, which earned various look. Inji looked about to explode, but remembered the fight he got against that demo guy, and how then those two extra people appeared and stopped them efficiently. He didn't know how well he could fight against them. "This grows tedious, child. Use your fire, and let me see if I can get some worth out of this experience." Todoroki shivered and sent another glacier. It was just as easily cracked to pieces as the rest. "I refuse to use his fire. I'll become the #1 hero without it." "Even at the cost of lives?" Kaifu questioned. "It doesn't matter. I don't need it," Todoroki roared as he launched his biggest glacier yet. "So, letting your emotions do the work and getting on with that asinine vow of yours." Kuma chuckled wryly. "Man, you wouldn't even reach on being #1 with that kind of attitude." Shoto growled, but accepted that his vow had made him weaker in comparison. He was cold, and he wouldn't have used his fire unless the sport festival happened and fought against Midoriya. "Yeah, I can see what did my vow and obsession did to me," he sighed in resignation. Kuma, on the other hand, expected to show him what consequences will happen had he not used his fire in the Yashjark. Call him devil, but it is a necessity. The entire forest around him was covered in ice, and Todoroki fell to his knees, hypothermia beginning to take hold. Finally, on the contrary, he heard and gasped as he turned to face the villain, completely unharmed. "I find that you need it now more than ever," Kaifu said as he came closer. Todoroki tried to reach out and grab him, and screamed in agony as a red blade cut through his arm. Clutching his arm as he practically kneeled before the villain, Todoroki's fear outgrew his hatred and fire spewed forth from his left side. The forest they were exploding due to the air expanding so rapidly. Better, Kyofu observed before the fire cut out. Todoroki falling unconscious from his injury and the sheer thermal shock his body just underwent. Kyofu lightly brushed off soot from his cape, his armor taking only the slightest hint of damage, but still insufficient. Then he heard the explosions. Die! Howitzer impact! Another truly enormous explosion erupted around him, winds buffeting against his cape. But whereas the attack from Todoroki had caused at least some damage, this attack did nothing to him. After all, he was protected by his power, and his power was fueled by his hatred. And he had plenty of hatred. Ah, you've finally arrived. How the hell, Bakugo gaped, seeing the same villain who had humiliated him at Island tank an attack that just about cracked his arms. Your arrogance blinds you, Bakugo, as it always has. Bakugo growled, ready to kill this villain for daring to mock him. Don't you dare look down on me. He blasted forward, sending out multiple flashbangs to blind his opponent and get behind him. Getting close, he grinned. Die. The explosion ripped through where Kyofu was and Bakugo smiled in triumph. The smile was soon ripped off his face as he began to choke once more and was lifted up into the air. You need to learn on how to act again, Katsuki-kun. Kuma snorted. Villains will learn a pattern of your attacks and will find out a way to demonstrate on how humiliate you before giving the last blow. Don't you forget about that. And I meant by everyone else. Yes. How I wish I could make you suffer for all the crimes you committed. The smoke cleared and Kyofu's undamaged form reappeared much to Bakugo's shock. His body was dragged closer to Kyofu until they were almost face to face, and Bakugo swore that he could see yellow glowing from behind the mask. But alas, for some asinine reason, Shigaraki believes that you can be converted. Converted? However, it would be too tiresome to take you along like this. No, I have a better idea. You damn villain. He choked out, the pressure being less than from the last time they met. Don't you think you can look down on me? Arrogant and stupid. S.H. Woom. Bakugo gasped in shock, fear, and pain as something burned through him. Unable to make even words come out, he could only move his mouth in futility. And so weak. The red blade disappeared, as did his hold on Bakugo's body, the latter crumpling to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Bakugo could only gasp in shock, barely able to breathe, much less do anything. All these years, and this is what it took. Pathetic. Fear not, Bakugo. You will survive. Your pain has only begun. Kyofu said before his body began to be dragged by an invisible hand as Kyofu returned to the rendezvous point. Bakugo soon blacked out. Once he found the others, he tossed Bakugo's unconscious body like a rag doll towards Compass, who quickly marbled him. We were supposed to keep him alive, Compass complained. And he is. He is merely incapacitated. Much easier to deal with as well. And where is Muscular? Dabai asked. Dead. I do not tolerate child murderers. Fair enough. Even his colleagues are indifferent. Yostu said. Well, while they are villains, some of them don't go through killing. Kuma shrugged. Some of them go from robbery, kidnapping and such. Murder is on another level that depends on the person. That is quite the perspective, Kuma, Nezu stated. It is mostly around the villain's environment on how they turned up to become. Kirigiri's portal appeared once more, and they walked through. Hold it. Not her, Kyofu thought to himself as he felt a familiar pull. Turning, he faced his once beloved for a second time. She was exhausted and bleeding, her clothes torn in several places. It made his blood boil as something dark and possessive began to swell inside of him. No. Focus. And how may I assist you on this fine evening, Uravity? What are you doing here? She demanded of him. If you must know, I was under orders to capture Bakugo. Kyofu replied, knowing that she couldn't do anything, although he wondered if would have the strength to raise his blade against her. I will rebuild this world for her. He still thinks of you despite being a villain. What a romantic person. Toru cooed, making the mentioned couple nuclear red. Mina sniffed with a mischievous look. Is it me, or the place is starting to smell like green tea mocha? On that, they were above nuclear. Satsuna and Pony laughed at the mischievous jabs on them, while the others simply chuckled or held their laughter. What? Why? What's your goal here? I thought you hated Bakugo? She asked in confusion. Make no mistake, I do. But my ally is under the foolish notion that Bakugo can become a villain if properly persuaded. Uravity snorted. My sentiments exactly. Where is Melissa? She is currently safe, under my care. You have my word that no harm has befallen her. As if I'd believe the words of a villain. That hurt, more than he'd care to admit. Believe me or not, it does not change the truth. Kyofu calmly replied as he began to walk backward. Soon enough, her work shall be complete, and she shall be returned to you, unharmed. Perhaps then you will believe me when I say that I am a man of my word. Kyofu finished as the portal consumed him. Goodbye, he thought to himself. At least he is holding his promise. Tenure reluctantly admitted. Not that I can blame your other version to distrust him, Ochako-chan. Tsuyu said. Yeah, Ochako sighed. Bakugo woke up in pain, and oddly quiet. It appeared that having lost so brutally had finally shut him up. You weren't supposed to almost kill him. Now how will he join us? Shigaraki snarled. Again, your misconceptions blind you. As I have told you from the beginning, the chances of Bakugo becoming a villain are the same as you becoming a hero. Kyofu retorted with disdain. I've had enough of you, Shigaraki yelled as he dashed forward, only to be held in place by the same ability that paralyzed Bakugo from attacking. You may be Sensei's successor, but you still have much to learn, child. Kyofu said scathingly before their attention was turned to the TV, where the UA was holding a conference. Kyofu suddenly stiffened and seemed to snort behind his mask. Kurogiri, return me to my quarters. I can no longer stand to be here. Yes, Lord Kyofu. Bakugo could only stare as he was left alone with the rest of the villains. He would rather die than admit it. But he felt some relief that the other villain left. He needed to get out of here, get stronger and beat that villain into the ground. Knock, knock, knock. Camino Pizza. So, he felt the heroes already on the door and left his colleagues on their own. Nezu cackled madly, saving himself while leaving others. Oh, how I would like to have a chess match against him. If you don't want to get killed with his red lightsaber, go knock yourself out. Kuma snorted, earning various shocked looks from the teachers and heroes that personally knew the principal's actions. Kyofu observed with disdain as All Might's weakened body raised its fist. How easy would it be to simply appear and destroy him? But no, that was not his purpose. I entrust the future to you, Lord Kyofu. All for One declared, using his title for the first time since he'd saved him. I believe that you are ready now to receive a gift. Darth Kyofu kneeled, and All for One's hand laid on top of his helmet, transferring power and reaffirming his control. After all, it would be quite some time until they saw each other again. Rise, Darth Kyofu. He rose. I am most grateful, Master. Darth Kyofu knew the plan. The future that was entrusted to him should Shigaraki fail. Should Tamura fail, pursue your own goals, regardless of how they may trample over Tamura's. Become the hero this society needs, by being the villain it deserves. Thank you, Master. I shall not fail you. I know you will not, my friend. After all, that is why I chose you. All that I have done has been for you. You're next. All for One said before he left to face All Might. as Kaifu stared at All Might's victory, his fist clenched in fury. As darkness pooled inside of his soul, further corrupting his mind and heart, he could only think about how All Might had destroyed him, and now had taken away his salvation. Enjoy your victory while it lasts, All Might. For now I am here. I don't like on how he parted away with those exact words. Mimiri grimaced. But it is not like we can blame him at all. Ken sighed. He went through things that a kid shouldn't go through, and that is what they made him to become. There. That's the last of it. I admit that this took me the longest simply because I had to design this from scratch, and test it, and everything else, but I did it. A fully pressurized meditation chamber, one where you can fully survive without your suit on, Melissa said as Kaifu inspected the chamber, a few weeks after All Might's victory. Impressive. Very well then. Shield. Kaifu said as he motioned for Kurogiri to come closer. Our deal is complete. As promised, you may return home. Kaifu said, gesturing with his hand as Kurogiri opened a portal. Melissa tentatively walked forward, but paused and stared at Kaifu. You're not like other villains. Maybe you could have become a hero. Maybe you still can. As I said before, that path is forever close to me. Kaifu replied before slightly tilting his helmet to the side. Perhaps we could even have been friends. A silence remained between them. Go home, Mimist. Shield. Melissa nodded, and even smiled sadly before turning to the portal once more. Thank you, Darth Kaifu. Melissa said before she walked through and Kaifu was left alone once more. Melissa sighed sadly, but on the other hand, she was happy that she was a good friend with Izuku. She was sad that her other version couldn't been friends with Kaifu, but she had understood on why his path couldn't be changed to the light side. When Kaifu had heard about the Shy Hasakai, he'd been unconcerned. But then he heard about the quirk erasing bullets, and his interest had been piqued. Then he discovered Lemillion's utter failure and a child who was most likely being abused. And his fury was palpable, so much so that an entire warehouse collapsed. I said to embrace your emotions, not let them control you. And like that, the power fell silent, still a raging tempest, but under his control. It seemed that these false heroes were so callous that they let a child suffer for an investigation. This reeked of Nightie's arrogance. Fine then. He would destroy the Shy Hasakai himself and rescue the girl. Mirio looked down sadly at the wrong choice he made. Mirai was on the same, and berated himself for not having gotten enough information on the Shy Hasakai's research and such. And he had to be blamed for the continuous torture of the little girl. Kuma simply raised his fingers and snapped them, forcing both Koda and Eri to sleep, surprising their guardians. Kuma, what are you doing? Shino asked in shock. I forced them to sleep because what is going to happen shouldn't be brought to the children. Kuma answered, finally turning up to watch the screen. If anybody else wants to back out, I can force you out. Nobody said anything, which everyone continued watching the screen. Using the senseless chaos caused by the heroes, he made his way deep into the tunnels, searching for his quarry. Eri was afraid, but she was used to fear and disappointment. She could hear the sounds of battle above her. A part of her wondered if the heroes were actually here, but she didn't believe that they would make it. Nobody did. Then everything went dark. Chrono, what happened? I don't know. Overhaul. We need to leave. The hero filth are almost upon us. Take Eri and... Bang, crash, creak, groan. What is that? Ku care, they all heard, the sound echoing the darkness around them. PSHW Zoom. A red blade pierced the darkness, revealing a haunting figure that stood menacingly in the middle of the hallway. Kill him. At once the Shy Hasakai attacked, but even though he moved slowly, the figure's actions were devastating. With his red blade, Attacks were deflected and thrown back. With a mere gesture of his hand, Yakuza were thrown away and crushed. Even those of the 8 precepts of death were no match, dragged to him before they could even use their quirks properly, swiftly cut down brutally, and with no mercy. Overhaul tried to attack, but an invisible push sent him towards the wall. Chrono also attempted to attack with his arrows, but they were cut off by the dark figure. Reaching out with his hand, Chrono then gasped and choked before he impacted the ceiling, while a few more Yakuza tried to attack, but were swiftly defeated, and like an afterthought the figures swung up and killed Chrono. Eri could only watch in wonder as this man quickly and effortlessly took down her tormentors. Darth Kaifu took every member of the Shy Hasakai with ease, Murray noted in surprise. It took many heroes and police officers to take them out with the 8 percept of death. Remember, Murray, we had to vow of no killing while Kaifu doesn't. So, don't blame yourself at the casualties and injuries you lot got. Sorahiko chastised him. Yes, Gran Torino. All that was left was one. Overhaul growled and tried to touch the ground, but his hand fell only a few inches short. Frozen in the air, he could only gasp as he was suddenly lifted up, unable to do anything. I thought you heroes didn't kill, he choked out, as an invisible pressure crushed his body from all angles. Do I look like a hero? Overhaul's eyes widened as he realized that this was another rival, possibly another member of Shigaraki's faction. Who are you? I am Darth Kaifu, and you, Chisaki, will serve as another example of the failures of hero society. I'll kill you for this. Overhaul frothed at the mouth as he desperately tried to move. No, you will not. Kaifu then turned to the little girl who could only stare at him in wonder. Close your eyes, child. You do not have to see this, he said before turning back to Overhaul. Are you going to kill me too? She asked out of the blue. Ere? Izuku and Mirio noted sadly as they glanced at the now sleeping unicorn. Kaifu turned to her in surprise and confusion, so shocked that he even let his lightsaber turn off, and his hold over the lighting lessened, leaving only the slightest bit from the walls returned to illuminate them. And why would I do so? He asked, utterly confused and even slightly horrified. Cause of my curse. Overhaul said that I was cursed and deserved to be dead, but he still had a use for me. The cavern was shaking now as Kaifu turned towards the floating man. You dare? He asked in his fury. You have no idea what she's capable of. Her curse will be the cure for this society full of sickness. No more villains, no more heroes, no more quirks. All of it thanks to my work. I will restore the glory of the Yakuza. Overhaul raved, his mask starting to slip from his face, soon falling around his neck. The quirk-erasing bullets, the human DNA, they're hers. Kaifu whispered before turning to the girl. Everyone gasped at the implication on how the quirk-erasing bullets were made. Those that took part, and those who didn't. That bastard, Katsuki, surprisingly, growled out in anger. To think that a little girl was subjected to the horrors because of a villain and her quirk. But what surprised the most was that Izuku's anger had peaked out, his features darkening by his hair, while his 2 bright green eyes darkened while glaring at the villain. Deku-kun? Ochako asked, wary on how her crush and friend acted. Is it possible to have a visit to Chisaki, so I can give him a piece of his mind? Izuku droned murderously to the principal to hear. I'll think about it. Nezu replied, not sure how his instincts blared at him to listen and be wary of him. Shouta didn't know if he was to be proud or being angry at Chisaki. He would let his problem child to deal with the villain if Principal Nezu gave him the pass. Not sure if he was allowed to direct him to Tartarus and join him. Nothing will stand in my way. Nothing. Overhaul roared, but Kaifu merely ignored him. Tell me, child, what is it you desire most? He asked her. Eri pondered as well as she could for a 6-year-old, but even so the answer was simple. I want to be free, Eri whispered. bowing her head in sadness. Good. Overhaul was then wrenched forward, his arms pinned behind him, hands in the air. What are you doing? He asked, suddenly worried. If you wish to be free, child, then I shall help you. I will help you control your power, and you can ensure that nobody will suffer as you did. You need only join me, and I will teach you all that you need to know. Kyofu stated as Overhaul desperately struggled against his invisible bonds. Eri looked at the man in disbelief. He actually wanted her, to help her. It was a dream come true. What about the heroes? She hesitantly asked as the sounds of battle got closer and closer. The heroes have failed you, as they failed me, as they will fail countless others. They would not have arrived in time. Only through me can you be truly free. Kyofu replied as he stared down at the girl, the light casting his shadow over her. Eri then looked at Overhaul. What about him? He'll come hunting for us. That can be easily fixed, and if you so desire, you can free yourself. The hilt of the lightsaber floated up and in front of Eri stepped, waiting for her to take it. Everyone gasped at the implication of what Darth Kyofu was going to make her do it. And few of them that participated on the raid knew the answer. Dobby, what are you doing? Overhaul asked in shock. Eri took the hilt in her hand and observed it. She had never seen anything like it. The button next to your thumb will ignite the blade. This will be your first step in becoming free. Eri was no stranger to death. Plenty of her caretakers had perished after running afoul of Overhaul. Eri, don't you dare, you stupid girl. I'll tear you to pieces. Don't you dare think that you can even hope to stand against me. Overhaul yelled as he struggled against the unseen force. Words of a dying man, desperately trying to save his life. Pathetic. Repeat after me, Eri. Kyofu said as he motioned to her. Okay. Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Eri. Peace is a lie. There is only passion. She stuttered. Through passion, I gain strength. He continued. Through passion, I gain strength. She took a hesitant step forward. What do you think you're doing? Through strength, I gain power. Kyofu said, ignoring Overhaul. Through strength, I gain power. She said as she took a few more steps, more confident, and even breathing heavily as a new emotion began to rise from her fear. Eri. Through power, I gain victory. Anger began to seep in her heart. Eri. Through power, I gain victory. A few more steps, and now she was merely a few feet away from him. Eri, don't you dare take another step, you worthless child. Through victory, my chains are broken. Through victory, she walked closer to him. The opening pointed towards him. My chains are broken. I shall be free. I shall be free. She finished as she stopped right in front of him. The hatred in her eyes apparent as she glared at Chisaki's fearful eyes. Eri. Do it. Eri. PSHW Zoom. Eri had discovered her new favorite color as she saw the light leave Chisaki's disbelieving eyes. It was red. She smiled. On that, the screen blackened and the spectators were silent. Kuma was not among them. All right, I'll give 30 minutes to rest and we shall continue for the day. Kuma clapped his hands. Chop, people. On his claps, Koda and Eri were woken up, but mostly confused on why they couldn't remember what last scene they were watching. And few of the watchers were glad that Eri didn't see how she finished Overhaul and smiled. The idea of Kuma meeting everyone in demo was because I've been working on said part with Demodman of FFN and Al3 on Draconus Ignitus's Discord. Also, since I liked on how the chapter 27, he and few others added as an all-make. I'll put it on here. Remember, this is spoiler of chapter 27 of Legion. You have been warned. Thorn woke up in a dark room, looking around in confusion. His body no longer burned from the blaster holes, now the knife wounds, and his armor wasn't cracked either. After looking around for a few minutes, the clone saw a light in the distance and headed toward it, the shining beacon becoming brighter and brighter until he had to cover his eyes while reaching out towards it. When it died down, he was standing in what looked like some type of cinema. However, that wasn't what surprised him. Gee guys, in front of him stood the entirety of 1A and 1B along with some pro heroes. However, his eyes quickly caught someone else. Django. Fordo. Before he knew it, his two brothers had embraced him and pulled him into a hug. "Welcome, brother. It's good to see you," Django said, tears slowly running down his cheeks as he held Thrawn close. How? It's a long story, but we saw what you did. We're so proud of you," a strange, well-dressed teen with a cape and bare ears said as he approached him before touching his forehead, filling him with knowledge. Not his own, but still friends. Thorn gulped as he was then approached by Izuku. "Sierra beloved," he couldn't help but whisper, even knowing that this wasn't his own. Izuku hugged him, holding him tightly. "Thank you." Thorn felt his emotions swell up and did the only thing he could think of: cry.